validation, now I validate myself. Building inner strength, putting doubt up on the shelf. No more unnecessary drama, no more wasted time. Climbing higher constantly, making my own climb. Standing on higher ground, where excellence is found. My potential knows no bounds. Raising the bar, breaking ground. My network is my net worth. Choose your company wise. Surround yourself with eagles, not with sheep in disguise. Every interaction is a reflection of my brand. Quality over quantity, that's my personal command. Standing on higher ground, where excellence is found. My potential knows no bounds. Raising the bar, breaking ground. Whoa. I'm not just living, I'm manifesting my vision. Cutting through limitations with surgical precision. My expectations are my compass, my respect is my shield. To mediocrity and chaos, I will never yield. I'm not just living, I'm manifesting my vision. Cutting through limitations with surgical precision. My expectations are my compass, my respect is my shield. To mediocrity and chaos, I will never yield. Standing on higher ground, where excellence is found.
Uh-oh. Hold on, y'all. It then wild out on me. Ah, push the wrong button. Okay. How y'all doing, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to This and That. I'm your host, Xander, where we talk about this, that, and everything in between. I messed up the intro on y'all. My bad. I'm messing with stuff behind the scenes. I was trying to get that up there, the link for the show. But look, check this out. Um, Welcome to This and That. You know, we're live 7 nights a week. We do not let the sun rise without going live, but we don't always start on time, and that's why we ask you guys to like and subscribe, and then sometimes uh hit that notification button so that you can see all of the shows that we got going on, and then go and double check the membership. I have been adding more things to the membership as promised. Catching up ever so slowly to all the information that I put you guys out. I'm halfway through February, and I got some of the things that we've covered here in June. So I'm kind of working on both ends, working back to the middle to make sure that when I give you guys the information and insight, that we are that you stay up to date and in tune. So it's kind of going to be out of order, but we will have a lot of the older things that we talked about this year being caught up alongside some of the newer things that we're talking about right now as well. Um, I was sitting over here thinking about the stuff that we talked about with LLCs, C corporations, titles, trusts, all this other stuff. And I feel like I would have to um, find or not find, but collect the information from those topics because that's like almost a year ago when we were talking about some of those things. So I'll be putting those in the membership as well eventually. But at least the last 6 months worth of stuff, I should have it in there over the next month and a half. And the only reason why I say that is because stuff always happens. And when I set a timeline for myself, I always undercut myself, trying to pressure myself to overperform, and then I don't meet my own expectations. But I perform faster than most. So, um, while we're live 7 nights a week, we have different topics every night of the week. Sunday, we do questions and comments from the fans. Um, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday is business and politics, where we talk about how on Monday politics negatively impacts your ability to make, save, and invest money. Tuesday, we have the ability to make, save, or invest money, and I teach you guys different ways to do that. We covered some strategies yesterday about the life insurance policies, and one of the things I was actually thinking about today was actually a very interesting strategy. Because for when you're looking at like the multi-million dollar policies, like you have to have a very high premium, right? And I mean, and when I say that, it's because the 1 million, 2 million, $5 million premiums might have like a base of like $2,000 or $5,000 a year. We said that you had to be under the IRS caps, the MEC caps, and the MEC caps vary because the maximum that you can put in per year is the quantity of money that you could have paid to pay off the policy in exactly 7 years. So if you put more money in there than that, where you pay off the policy less than 7 years, then you are putting in too much money and it switches over to an MEC instead of a tax deferred for your withdrawals and your loans. You want it to be tax deferred for your at least your loans, right? Now, uh, I was thinking, what about low income individuals? Could they benefit from this? And the answer actually is yes. Uh, First and foremost, I thought about, well, what's a reasonable thing where you can actually turn over a benefit? $250,000 policy. $250,000 policy would have premiums depending on your situation, where it would allow you to have the policy paid off inside of 7 years, where you would be paying roughly $5,000 or so per year, which is doable because that's like $416 a month. I mean, Steven right now is investing $100 a week into his brokerage account, which is going to be a little under $5,000 a year. Now, you don't have to max out the policy, you just have to get as close to the policy limits every year without going over so that you don't flip into that MEC phase. So if 416 or $417 would have you in that topped out location, $400 would be right up under that. You wouldn't go over the max limits and you'd be able to pay it off in like 5 years and a month. Doesn't matter. It still gets paid off. But the ideology is that Steven's 36. If he was, well, 36 going on 37, if he was to put that $400 a year towards a $250,000 life insurance policy, by the time he would be 44, 43, 44, he would have a paid off $250,000 life insurance policy. Now, the wild part about it is, well, what if Stephen wanted to buy himself a house? Well, you could buy yourself a, because he said before that he had a very small place. So, something, not worth talking about. Cool. But you could buy a house, $100,000, $150,000 uh, in his state. And if he was to borrow against the $250,000, he would only borrow the $100,000. And why do I say that? Well, they're going to give you a percentage of what you have. So they're not going to give you all of it. But let's say they were to allow him to borrow the whole $150,000 out of the policy and then go buy the house cash up front. Well, now all he owes is the policy. He owns the house. He borrows money against the policy. All he has to do now is pay maybe $500 a month towards the policy to pay off the policy, right? Now, the interesting part is that if he's renting for $1,500 or $2,000 a month, but he bought out his house, now he doesn't have to pay rent and he doesn't have a mortgage, which frees up $1,500 towards his overhead, right? Now, what he could do is two things. One, he could take some of that money and start steadfasting a brokerage account. Two, he could take some of that money and start another policy. Because I did some research after the show and found out, yeah, there's no limit to the number of life insurance policies that you can have. But I did talk to life insurance agents who did verify that depending on the quantity of assets you have versus liabilities, certain policies might deny you if you have, say, two or three life insurance policies that you're borrowing against, a bunch of debt that can't be paid, this, that, and the third, where you're still again going to be gauged based off of your um, debt to income or debt to available capital, debt to available assets, where a life insurance policy might consider that a liability. In those situations, they wouldn't do it. But if you have a paid off policy, you have equity there, then you want to get another policy, they're likely to give you that, right? Because the house costs less than the policy and the house is paid off, right? So that means getting another policy is doable, right? So you could do a $250,000 policy, or if you wanted to like really flip the script, you might want to double it, do a $500,000 policy, and start paying $1,000 uh, a month instead of $500 a month, and in 7 years have that one paid off. Right now, you got $750,000. And at the same time, you're paying off the $250,000 for the house that you just bought, or vice versa. You could do maybe um, $1,000 on a month on the loan and $500 a month on the new policy, where you're paying down that $100,000 loan quickly, and then building up the new $250,000 quickly, so that inside of 14 years from where you started, you have a $500,000 worth of usable capital, and you would likely be able to borrow against the second policy, buy yourself another car cash up front. Now, since we were talking about earlier this week with automakers on Monday about sticking to the older model cars, you have a newer trend now where more used car dealers are putting out antique cars from the 50s, 60s, 70s, and sometimes in the 80s that are in fully restored condition, right? Anything before 1990 looks like it's being fully restored and put back out on the road, and car collectors and enthusiasts reminiscing on their childhood is going and picking up these vehicles, right? Now, we talked about the crap that was happening with the automakers that are taking the newer model cars and making them so difficult that you can't uh, fix it yourself. But that's going to be for the electronic components that are being added to the newer model cars. All of the efficiency of the vehicle to make it more autonomous is all of the complications of the vehicle that makes it harder for you to fix it for yourself. So we were talking about on the show, oh, we're always buying a car that's like 20 plus years old, right? Well, if you do what we're talking about doing inside of 14 years of setting one of these things up, you would be able to take out 25 or $30,000 and go and buy yourself a fully restored 60s model, 70s model, maybe even an 80s model, whatever, that is like all American muscle, pressurized engine, no computer chips, no GPS tracker. Probably some of them no governor on them, so there's no limits to them where you can push it as hard as you can push it. Yeah, not going to be as good on gas, but it'll get you from point A to point B in style, and it'll be yours, and you'll be able to buy it cash up front, so you don't have to finance it. And that type of strategy is the kind of strategy that the ultra wealthy take in order to build their wealth. So I thought that was good after the show. I was like, damn, like that information actually can work for lower class, middle class individuals, because something as simple as $100,000 policy you can do this with, where 250 to $300 a month might be the thing. $250,000 policy, like I said, $400 a month could cover your situation. And what this does is it allows for you to structuralize a funding source where you no longer have to borrow against a stone. Now, think about this. Your credit report cycles every 7 years, 7 to 10, but it cycles every 7 years for the most part. If it takes you 7 years to max out a $250,000 policy, all your charge offs are gone. All you have now is positive lines of credit, positive accounts that are in good standings, and your life insurance policy and whatever asset that you own. So now, instead of borrowing against your newly reformed credit score, you're borrowing against your life insurance policy and buying assets cash up front. You're able to build the equity where you can build the credit, where you can then build a business and then front that business with your own personal credit score that's a personal guarantor, and then segue that to unsecured lines of credit that's exclusive for the business, which will allow your business to improve in its status, where you would have more money coming in, you would have more things going out, you would be able to create from the ground up, and that's a snail's pace. But notice, if you did one policy at a time, you would find yourself in a situation where inside of 14 years, you would have $500,000 worth of usable income. And inside of 21 years, you would likely have all of that stuff paid off, but you still have the capabilities of doing what? We said you could borrow against the policy to just get cash and then throw it into a large scale brokerage account. Well, if you got $500,000 policy and you borrowed $250,000 from that policy and you put it into a brokerage account, and the brokerage account is drawing back dividends, now you've got a super plus, because if a $250,000 brokerage account is drawing back 15% interest, you're drawing back what, $40,000 a year off the brokerage account, and you're putting that on the loan from the $500,000 worth of life insurance policies that you borrowed $250,000 from, and the profits from the brokerage account is deducted for paying back on the loan, and it zeroes itself out for a good grip. This would be ultimately a 30-year process where you will find yourself having overall $1 million worth of wealth by yourself, that you would have built by yourself by putting your money in different places and making your money make money for you. Now, the what we discussed on the show the other day is the opportunity cost that you throw away by not expediting cash growth in the brokerage accounts and putting money aside for the loan opportunity for the other assets. But we said before, these are options, because if you were to do just a brokerage account, build up a brokerage account, then find you a cash loan agency, you could borrow against your brokerage account. So if you were able to build $250,000 worth of assets in 15 years, and you took that $250,000 worth of assets and you borrowed half of it, 50% of it, that'd be like $125,000. You could still go and buy the house and then just pay back the brokerage account. So it's just another option on how you could build generational wealth. The difference between the two is, though, is that if you are making payments in good standings with the health insurance policy, it would likely liquidate the loan and then pay you the difference off the policy, where the beneficiaries would still be able to keep the assets and then um, get the whatever returns they're going to get off of the policy itself. Then by putting all the assets into a trust, because and that kind of escapes probate, putting all the assets into a trust, and you can put it into multiple trusts, and then by doing that, you don't have to worry about probate, and then your kids don't have to worry about, if you have a legacy, they don't have to worry about Uncle Sam taxing them on the estate that you leave behind. So all of the pieces of the puzzle are working together in ways that people don't think about. And I'm like, man, if you put this stuff together in a book, you would have to start with, like, fundamentally the easiest thing possible. Set yourself up a brokerage account, start working it from that way. But the other way to do it would be to do other options, like put some money into the brokerage account, put some money into the life insurance policy, and work it like that. Build up both. And another thing that can be done if you are second generation, if you've got a legacy in your household where you got ancestors in your household, you can life insurance policy on them, build up their policy under their name where you're the beneficiary of the policy. And then if the policy is paid off enough for you to borrow against the policy, you can borrow against the policy and then improve your parents and your grandparents' standard of living by buying things cash up front off of the policy, and that's not going to negatively impact their benefits, and then paying on the loan yourself on their behalf and giving them a better way to go where when everything washes out, it goes directly to you because you'll be the beneficiary of whatever you built for them on their last days, which gives you a head start because whenever they do the bump from where it was as taxable income to them as the new baseline, the new tax baseline for you because you inherited it, uh, you would be able to hit the ground running as the second generation of the estate that you built with your ancestors. Y'all work together as a team. So it's odd and interesting the way we think about it because back in the days, 70s, 80s, 90s, parents used to take their kids and put them on the bills and then use their kids in order to get the lights turned on and this, that, and the third. And then bad decisions, and then the kids got bad credit when the kids go to. By the time the kids get out of high school, kids got bad credit because of bad financial decisions that the parents made using the kids' social security numbers. Well, these days you can set yourself up by positively improving your parents' standard of living and then just making yourself the successor beneficiary of whatever you're setting up for them so that when they pass, it all goes to you. So your work, your efforts are not in vain. Um, but you can help them like give something to your sister, give something to your brother, this, that, and the third, and build the kind of legacy where everybody's got something, but you're ultimately set in the trust as head of household kind of thing. I just remembered, and I got to set it up on the show because I know somebody had asked me about it, and I'm going to stick it into one of the Tuesdays. Um, the family corporation kind of thing, where it's an entity where the members of the family are like the board of trustees over the estate. That only works when there's more than one person in charge. That only works when they work together. But if you do like in Asian culture, there is a head of household, right? Kind of situation where there is the head of the family kind of thing. This particular type of conglomerate can be set up where the most efficient person in your legacy can be the head of the family. That person dictates what all the other family members get on the estate. And I mean, while you can design a trust that way, you can also design a a plan that but that typically, like we said before, that typically works with estates that are closer to $5 million or more. But you work on a plan where the head of household, the one with the most financial savvy, dictates what each person gets, how the money gets moved around, how the businesses are operated, this, that, and the third. And clearly, it's going to have to not just be one that's savvy, but one that's not selfish, so that everybody gets, but the business continues to improve. Now, all of that is things that we talk about throughout the week. And then Wednesday, Wednesday today, we talk about different countries around the world that we can invest in and potentially live in. Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, we give you other information about personal development, self improvement, relationship topics, um, negotiation, socialization, building your brand, raises, promotions, retirement, forced retirement, termination, and ultimately the whole goal is to build a 20 or 30-year plan because just like what I spent the last 20 minutes talking about is this process that I talked about today could have taken a total of 15 years. And if you do the on the back end mass producing your brokerage account after the fact, another 7 years, which would be like 21 years. So when we start talking about a 20 to 30-year plan, even like when we talked about Steven's like 36, a 30-year plan would put him at 66 years old. And if you're in good health and you're taking good care of yourself, this, that, and the third, and you don't have any final destination moments, You could go from 66 to 96 and have 30 more years of life ahead of you after you have built in your middle ages the type of sustainable wealth that would last you for generations to come. And that's why we talk to you guys about building the generational wealth, building the type of estate. Because I know when Michael comes in, Michael's like, no, spend all of your money, fuck the kids. Let them build their own. But the truth is that for you yourself to truly have a retirement of ultimate freedom with no worries and no frustrations, the money must outlast you and your decision making style. Because since you don't know the day that you're going to expire, you are not supposed to spend the money like tomorrow is not going to be here. Because if you've got 2 more weeks after the money is spent, that's when you're going to have the hardest way to go. So we try to provide you guys with a lot of information, and I put a lot of stuff in the membership. Um, Not nearly as much as I would like, but more information than most individuals would ever think possible in one location to help you guys better benefit from building yourselves up, right? And that's kind of what we marinate on a regular basis to keep you guys in a position where your money is making money for you and you're making better personal decision making skills. Because one of the things, like I was talking to a buddy, I was supposed to call him. I got to call him tomorrow. I told him yesterday, I'm going to call you when I get off of work. It's been 24 hours. I'm gonna call his ass because we text back and forth, and I got the information that I needed, so I wasn't in a rush to go get him. So I'm gonna talk to him on my day off. But we were talking about again money issues, and what happens with money issues is like even when you're making enough money to cover your standard of living, you're not making enough money to fulfill all of the decisions that you want to make, which is why we work on your personal decision making skills. So you have to ask yourself, do I need to pay for that task right now? And this isn't vacations and entertainment and impulse buys. This is legitimate necessities that we're talking about here. Like if you have something in your house that needs to be fixed, but you can wait. You have something on your car that needs to be worked on, but it can wait. You might have a cracked screen on your cell phone, but it still works. It can wait. Like, do I need to fix this now? Do I need to spend money on this now, or can it wait till a later date? And then you have to ask yourself, what's the shelf life on the damage? And if it lingers for too long, will it get worse depending on usage? Like, for example, if your central area heat goes out, it's hot, that's not going to work for you. But if your AC is not working and it's cold outside, you can wait until the spring to service your AC. If the heater doesn't work and it's hot outside, you can wait until the fall to service your system. See what I'm saying? If the same thing with your car, if your AC compressor breaks in August or September, you could just wait until February or March and fix the AC compressor in February or March. You know, now if you don't have heat in like August or September, that's not going to work for you because it's going to get cold and you don't have heat in your car. So you ask yourself, can this wait until later? We have commodities that we buy. You might want to buy new appliances in the house. You might want to buy certain things in the yard that you don't have. You want to, and the things that you buy might make things better for you. It might make things easier for you. It might bring more organization to your situation. But if it is not an emergency purchase, can it wait until the next paycheck? Can it wait until finances improve? I can budget and put money aside to buy essentials that aren't currently here without breaking the bank to bring everything in at one time, right? Because that's one of the reasons why poor people stay poor is because they're not always making bad decisions. They just need so much and they don't make enough in enough time to get it all at one time, and they end up having to, as we say, rob Peter to pay Paul, decide what things we're going to get now and what things we're going to do without with. When you have children involved, typically what we do is sacrifice ourselves as adults. We know we need certain things as an adult. We're not going to get ourselves anything because we want to make sure that our dependents get what they need. So then we're going to redirect our capital to clothes or shoes for the kids. We're going to redirect our capital for um, stuff for the grandparents and the parents and everything like that, so that we can make sure that the family members that we support have what they need, so that they don't suffer and they're doing all right. Now, when we get at a surplus of money, that's when we start getting the things that we need that we've never thought possible, right? But very rarely do we have a surplus because, as Sterling said on the show once before, a lot of the times we're playing catch up with the bills. And since we're always playing catch up, when we get a surplus of money, we're actually catching up. We don't actually get ahead. And that's why I tell you guys to restructure your decision making to space out, advance paying some of your primary bills, working in savings, working in investment opportunities, and then working in necessities that need to be replaced or replenished. But today, here Wednesday, we're supposed to be talking about living in Kiribati and potentially doing it under $3,000. So if you found yourself on a remote Pacific island, you might find yourself with the rent at like $600 a month. And in a lot of places outside of the United States have like 2, 3 bedroom houses, condos, villas, like $600 a month. So, you'll see that your monthly total expenses are far less than what you used to pay for just your car note and your insurance together back in the States, right? So if you let that sink in for a minute, less than a single soul crushing bill that defined your life for years, you can find your entire standard of living covered in other countries. I know a lot of us used to feel trapped in this same cycle, the insane cost of living, the feeling that you're only working to pay bills, that quiet panic when your paycheck vanishes the second it hits your account. You've ever had that situation before where you was working double overtime, you was grinding. I'm talking about 65 hours a week kind of thing, 12 hours a day, 6 days a week with one day off, or worse, you're you're doing like 70 something hours where you did 12 hours 6 days and then a full 8 hour on the seventh day and you've had no days off. You get this big behind paycheck, you thinking, yeah, I got some money coming in, and soon as that son bit hits your account, so many things need to be paid for. You can't even guarantee you got money for food and gas until the next paycheck. You ever had that situation happen? Because I know a lot of people experience that at least once in their life, especially if you're not making $100,000 a year. You know the drill, guys. Work at your job, and it's a job that you don't love, and you do this to buy things that a lot of the times you don't need, which is why I tell you guys to budget for essentials first and then gauge the need for the extra stuff. But that's going to be a lot of people's reality. You're going to feel like you're drowning in debt, even when you could afford to pay for a reasonable standard of living. But because you're living above your standard of living, you can find yourself stretched too thin because you want too much and you can't afford it all. And your head is going to always be barely above water, right? Just knowing deep down that there's got to be another way to live. So, got to tell y'all, found another spot in Kiribati. It's a nation of atolls scattered across the vast blue of the Pacific Ocean, and it's a place most people couldn't point to on a map. Tonight is going to be the proof that it is exactly what it's supposed to be. No fluff, no line by line budget breakdown of how you swap the American grid for a comfortable, fulfilling, and shocking affordable life. So I'm going to give you guys some information that you guys can take with you because we got a little bit of stuff tonight. So make sure that y'all like and subscribe and mash those reaction buttons as we get through this. But I want to show you guys how a $3,000 budget isn't about just getting by in a place like this. It's about thriving. It's about having the breathing room to not only cover all your bills with ease, but to build serious savings, invest in your future, and get back your most valuable asset, which is your time. This isn't a fantasy when you're doing it right. This is going to be your life. And I'm going to show you exactly how this is possible. So, to get how you would end up here, you have to understand where you're coming from, not the city, but the mindset. If you're living what most people would call a normal life in a mid sized American city, you have a decent job, a modern apartment, a reliable car, all the things that are supposed to mean that you've made it. And that's one of the biggest issues that we have right now is that we need what we believe is a socially acceptable definition of making it big or finally being successful. And we chase that social status with lifestyle creep. The more money we make, the more money we spend until we reach that level. So if you're in a situation where you got like 5 or 6 people living in your house and you might have two to a room and y'all might stack your cash up until everybody is living in a house well, they're living in the same house where everybody has their own room. And then you're going to go to a scenario where everybody has their own house. But your lifestyle creeping your way up to, you know how expensive it is if you got 6 people living in the same house. You know how expensive it is to find a 6 bedroom house in a lot of places, even in the middle of America. 6 bedroom house qualifies as a mansion, depending on the design. When you start talking about 6, 8, 10 bedrooms, you start talking about a mansion. And typically, with the way people change jobs and change relationships and move out and move back in, it's hard to say that you're going to commit to a $750,000 group effort on a house. It's possible, but it's less likely. And then everybody's credit's got to be right. Everybody's income's got to be good so that you can combine everybody's assets together and have 6 or 8 people on the same mortgage. Got to tell you guys, you're going to find yourselves on a treadmill that is slowly but surely running into the ground. So let's just talk numbers for a second. If you have a 1 bedroom apartment, which is nothing special, might be about $1,800 a month. You have a car that totals necessity in the city, built for driving. This is your daily driver, has about $450 a month payment plus another $250 of insurance. This is like American prices in America, right? That's $700 a month just to own the depreciating machine that you're probably going to drive just to and from work to pay for the bills, right? The irony isn't going to be lost on a lot of people. We know the drill. And then you add student loans, which is a constant shadow from a degree that you didn't even use. Utilities, internet, phone, easily adding up to another $300. The groceries, even when you try to be cheap, are starting to cost you over $500 a month. And before you have a chance to think about enjoying yourself, saving any money, investing in anything, you're almost at $4,000. This is where we are on a regular basis. And if that's your monthly expenses, your $4,000 puts you right around $45,000 a year. Well, actually 48,000 a year. That's where it's going to put you at, right around 48,000 a year income, just under 50K, right? To be broke, right? So I understand when women say, yeah, I need a man that's making $100,000 a year or more. I can see where they're coming from. But I just understand that they're also misguided, because why does he have to make $100,000 by himself when you're supposed to be there? Y'all could have made $100,000 together and lived off of $60,000 of it, made yourself multimillionaires inside of 10 to 20 years. But the dynamic is, just putting these numbers together here shows that with a $48,000 lifestyle worth of expenses, you would have only had $2,000 a year of discretionary spending. If you were making $55,000, you would have $7,000 a year of discretionary spending. Funny, when you think about this, that's that $5,000 a year I told you that you could be putting into that life insurance policy. If you were making 60,000 a year income with this $48,000 a year lifestyle without increasing your standard of living to meet and to match your income, they'd give you an extra $5,000 to put towards a brokerage account, where you would have your $250,000 worth of life insurance policy and $250,000 worth of brokerage account money to generate revenue inside of 10 years, well, 7 years technically, and living on that modest lifestyle without having to leave and go to another country. But that's not what people do. They get a raise, they get a promotion. You go from that $1,500 car to a higher car, $2,000, $3,000. You start paying $2,000, $3,000 a month as a car note. You start paying $500, $700 a month, because when the value of the vehicle goes up because you're getting a newer model vehicle, the premiums on the insurance go up. It's not just because it's a luxury car; it's because it's an expensive car. Your salary is gonna be good. You can have a good salary. Well, with all the expenses that you have to pay for with that salary, it's gonna feel like you're just a temporary stop from the money flowing right out of your pocket back into a bunch of corporations and lenders that are taking every dollar that you work for. You're not actually feeling financially successful, because you still have the low grade anxiety from not knowing if you have enough money to pay all of your bills. Even when you have consistent income coming in, because all of your financial impulse decision making skills and all of your non impulsive but debates, because there's things that you need that you want to have, but you don't know if you can afford it, because you don't know how many bills are going to get paid for this month. And you want to make sure that your bills are paid for this month. I, and this is another reason why I tell you guys, hey, you know, opportunity cost. You buy back your peace of mind if you pay your bills 2 or 3 months in advance. And it's not that hard to do. Your water bill is $30 a month, give them 100. You don't got to give them 100 every month, but if you give them 100, you're now three months in advance. Now when they mail you a bill and they show that out of that $100 they took out 40, send them 40. You never owe them squat. They owe you, but you're always a couple of months in advance, which means that this month, because we're in the month of June, we're halfway in the month of June, getting bills for June that are due by the end of June, or getting bills for June, or getting bills for July that are going to be due in July, you can right now say July's paid for. So if I want to buy a necessity, I can actually take some money out of my pocket and go and buy a necessity, because I don't have to worry about my bills for July, because they're already paid for. If my bills for August are also paid for, now you have that peace of mind. You have one less thing to stress about. But if you live from paycheck to paycheck, month to month, you are halfway through June, hoping that you put enough hours in on your job to be able to cover all of the bills that are due between the 1st and the 15th. Michael says, then they are fools. Debt to income, if it's around 30%, better get another job or drop the debt. Well, you can say that in one instance, Michael, but you also have to recognize that a lot of low income individuals are born in debt. They're born into debt because mom and dad is living paycheck to paycheck and making bad financial decisions, which is why I always take shots at the people who made bad decisions for prom because you're teaching the kids how to be financially responsible. The kids learn how to go out and make money to buy the things that they want. And that's what parents do to break the kids away from their wallet by saying, look, I'm not going to pay for shit. You want something, go get you a job and go get it. I'm going to make sure that you're fed, you got some clean clothes on your back, and that you got the school supplies you need to take your ass to school, and that's all I'm going to pay for. You want something extra, you go get it. If I get you something, it's a gift and be grateful for it. But I'm not going to supply your every desire because I can't afford it. That's what a lot of parents are going to do. So they teach the children, you want money to buy, you want this object, go get a job, make money, and go buy this. But they don't teach them how to save, they don't teach them how to invest, they don't teach them how to budget. So as adults, no one knows 18, 19, 20 years old when they're the first time they're responsible for all of the bills because you have a lot of children who were raised in the 80s and 90s and 2000s where some of them had mom and dad giving them an allowance as a kid. They didn't have to work, they didn't have to earn it. If they quote unquote earned it, it was I'll give you a certain couple of dollars to if you make an A on your test or this, that, and the third. So they basically got paid to get good grades. They got paid to maybe clean up the house. They got paid to go outside and wash the car. The parents would give them an allowance to exist and then bribe them to help around the house. Fuck that shit. You're gonna help around the house because that's what you're supposed to do. I'm not gonna pay you to be responsible for yourself. But if they taught their children how to make money for them, then the kids would not have to have that allowance. But then if they got that money and then showed them how to allocate that money, then when they were 18, 19, 20, 25 years old, they would know how to spend that money and they would know how to live at that 30% level. The problem is when you claim that um, 30% of debt to income simply because I've been talking to you guys about how 30% of the wealthy live off of 30% of their income. The poor live off of 95% of their income. Just like what we talked about just now with the rollout that I just gave you with like a $48,000 baseline budget before you start talking about discretionary spending. When you start talking about discretionary spending, that could be another $7,000 worth of hanging out at the bar, going to the club, taking girls out on dinners, buying cigarettes, buying weed, buying alcohol, whatever the case may be, video games, gym memberships, subscriptions to different apps on the platform. And that could be another set. That's a $55,000 a year income with a $48,000 baseline of expenses plus personal life choices. And you're living at 100% of your income. So when you say, well, if it's around 30%, better get another job or drop the debt. You can't drop the debt. If the baseline is $48,000, the most that you can do is stop having fun. That's the most that you can do because the baseline is 48,000 and you make 55. But if nobody taught them to take that extra $7,000 and put it somewhere where their money is making money for them so that they can eventually have well over 100 or 200 grand that is paying them in addition to their current job, they're never going to know that they can have two incomes coming in for one person while that one person is only working one job. But that's usually what they do is follow what you're saying. They get a second job and now they got two jobs. But you got to also recognize the average person will work two jobs and ultimately only really work like 60 hours. Some of the younger ones might be able to do 80 hours. But you know how it's a slap in the face because you're doing 40 hours on one job, 40 hours on another job, not getting any overtime. And if you're working 40 hours, and that goes back to when you and I had that debate where you said, well, most people only work one job. No, they don't. Most people work two jobs. They just offset them. Each company only claims the employee once, but no census ever finds name by name how many times this person's name is listed on different jobs at the same time. So you would have to do a survey of Americans to find out how many Americans work two jobs or have more than one income in their household. But the statistics do show that about 69% of Americans have more than one income, whether it's two people with one job or one person with two jobs. But there's more than one income. 69% of Americans have more than one income for this exact reason. And it's not because they're living more than 30% of their income. It's because they're living more than 100% of their income. So they get a second job to subsidize it. So they might have one full-time job that's going to guaranteedly give them 40, 45 to 50 hours a week. And then they're going to get a part-time job that's going to give them like 25 or 30 hours a week to offset what they don't get off of their full-time job. Or if their full-time job cut back on overtime hours, now they're going to work a part-time job and do 30 hours a week on their part-time job to cover what they're no longer getting from their full-time job. And now they got two jobs. So they're working 70 hours a week to cover the same standard of living, making almost the same amount of money that they would have made off of doing just regular overtime or management level salary on the one job. 8 hours in the morning, 4 hours in the evening, offsetting stuff like that. Steven says, I have no bills besides car maintenance, gas, and food uh, due until 2027. That's a good way to live. That's a good way to live, which means that all the money that you bringing in should be able to go to a lot of different places that'll make money for you so that by 2028, you're going to be like, yeah, I'm living good. Here we go. He says, then move out. You're not responsible for others' debt, even your parents. You're not paying attention to the dynamic, Michael. That uh, I think the misconception what you're discussing here, because I know you're catching up. You're catching up. When I was originally discussing this, I was pointing out the fact that um, you can live from check to check on your own. But with lifestyle creep, if you're living with a family of five, you're like one of three kids. You might have mom and dad in the house. You got like everybody's a teenager, so now you got five incomes in the house. You might have a lot of people that are two to a room. Y'all start bringing in enough money. Y'all have a family meeting. Y'all agree that we're going to get a bigger house. That way, everybody's got their own room. Mom and dad's going to share their room, but each one of the kids is going to have their own room. That's five rooms, plus a dining room, plus a living room, maybe a game room. That's a two-story house. That might be a $650,000, $750,000 house, and five incomes come together to get that house. The problem is that when we all agreed that we were going to get a bigger place so that everybody has a place to stay, we were all staying together. But after we got the house, now two of the kids are going to college, somebody's getting married and moving out. The income isn't there to support the big ass house that we bought for everybody to be here. That's what I was referring to, right? Because it's a 30-year mortgage that you're getting with your 17, 18, 19-year-old kids is going to help you pay for the shit till they take their ass on to college kind of situation. Lifestyle creep. So when you say, well, then move out, you're not responsible for others' debt, even your parents. That's a backward statement to have because the discussion is not I am supporting somebody else's bad financial decision. The discussion is I'm on board with that financial decision, but then life changes. And now the burden of that group discussion is put on the people left behind with the asset. That's what we're talking about. So you got to keep up with the discussion there. He says, we never got allowances. You were expected to help. Right. I agree with that. We were expected to help, but you have some of these generations where the kids is getting an allowance just to be just to get out of the house. Like right now, 2025, 2026, you got kids that are getting cash out money from their mama. Go play. And that's what they'll do. Go play. Go outside, go play, or go play on video games or whatever the case may be. And that's why you've seen stories where children are spending $5,000 on Fortnite because mama put a credit card on a video game. Go play. At first, it was just, $10, $20 at a time. Mommy, can I buy? And they got permission at first. Then they stopped asking. They just started charging. Mama never complained. And then eventually, credit card bill comes in. It's like, what the fuck is this? Because hitting the purchase button It's so easy to do when it's an automatic download, an automatic transaction. All you have to do is wait for the system to buffer. You're not paying attention to how much it costs because you're not paying a bill, right? As a kid. But kids weren't taught that responsibility. And that's why now, as adults, 30, 40, 50 years old, they don't know how to balance a budget. At 18, 19, 20 years old, they know how to go to work to make enough money to pay for the standard of living they currently have, but they don't know how to budget their life so that they don't have to live paycheck to paycheck. You understand? A lot of people move back home and live with their parents in middle age to save money because they're making less money than the financial decisions that they make. He said, but for me having a paper route at 9, I never asked for money. Yeah, I know. I had a lemonade stand when I was 9. I was cutting grass when I was 10. I was uh, uh, working in fast food restaurants at 11, 12, 13 years old before they started raising the labor laws for children's ages up to 16 years old. I was out there working places, getting paid in cash under the table to show up and do 4 to 6 hours at a time to get stuff done. I told y'all stories about how I used to not do after school detention because I had to go to work. They would tell me X, Y, and Z, and I'm like, we're gonna have to skip some steps because whatever you plan on doing to me gonna have to be when I'm in school tomorrow because I got to go to work after school is out, and I'm not gonna lose my job so that I can sit here and stare at you. And, and at the end of the day, I would leave the school and go straight to work, and then I show up. I show up for in school suspension. If I didn't have to work on the weekend, I drive myself to school for Saturday detention. I did it. I was there. I was there. I gave him my word. I'm like, look, I got a job. I gotta go to work this afternoon, but I'll be here for whatever disciplinary actions you want to give me tomorrow, Friday, Saturday. I'll be here, but I gotta work, right? I'd be negotiating stuff. Can you push this off for another day? That way they be sitting over here looking. Uh, Michael says, if no one taught them, then it's up to you to get them debt free. That's what I'm doing, so they can know what wealth is. That's exactly what I'm doing. I'm getting them up to speed so that they know what wealth is. Is that 5.1 to 5.7% of the workforce in America work 2 jobs? That's not true. That's not true. Um, is that what time do you want to move out on your own? Well, that's going to be a financial choice. So that's something that, first of all, since the children are not financially prepared growing up, they don't know how to save money, they don't know how to budget money, they don't know how to invest money. So when you are not given financial responsibility, like you see a lot of parents that are charging their kids rent, and it's a social stigma. So a lot of, oh man, you shouldn't be doing that. But if you charge your if you're going to pay your kids to live in the house and be responsible, and then charge them to stay in the house where they can start experiencing financial responsibility, I would do it a little bit different. I would teach my kids how to make money outside of the house and then charge my kids to stay in the house and then take that money and show them how to invest that money somewhere else. Instead of me taking the money and put it in my pocket, I'd put it into a trust or put it into a brokerage account and build them some kind of generational wealth. Put it into those trust accounts if you've got kids that are being born after 2025, between 25 and 28, so that those trust accounts will give them something to fall back on. But children usually move out when they go to college because the school is going to pay for their place to stay. When they get a job that can pay for their place to stay, or when they get put out because they rebel against the rules. And that age is typically between 16 and 22. But how soon do they leave depends on the relationship they have with their parents. If it's a good relationship, they're going to stay longer. If it's a bad relationship, they're going to leave sooner. Also, the time to move out when somebody gets pregnant. So, um, you don't choose to move out. The circumstances of your family dynamic forces you to move out, right? He said, then you downsize your life. But when you downsize in your life, when your kids go off to college, one of the problems you're going to have is you're going to have to sell off the $750,000 house. if you're going to live in it until you sell it, because that's going to be an issue. You don't have a secondary place to live. You have to put it up on the market for sale. It's a live-in situation. You got to pack, and then you got to wait for somebody to buy it, and then you got to work out the negotiations as a seller for them to allow you to move out, for them to move in, but you don't get the money until you've moved out, which means you still got to find a temporary place to go, put your shit in storage, get the check, and then go buy you a smaller house. And since you mortgage the house, you don't have a lot of money to buy another house. You will sell the big ass house that you got for your family on the mortgage, and then you're going to get an apartment. That's going to mean you're going to be on a 12-month lease in order for you to then buy a house the following year, a smaller house to downsize. He said, kids are gone. No need. He said, look it up. It's true. No, that's not true. That's not true. It's not fun. uh, let's look. He says, look it up. It's true. All right. I'm challenging the narrative because Michael be coming off with some left field stuff because I have been covering these stats for a while, and it is not all the way across the board. How you doing, Lucas the poser? Well, that's Max the poser. So now you're changing your name to Lucas the poser. How you doing, Mr. Poser? Back again. He said, if you're not in school at 18, time to learn to fly. But see, that's the thing. That's what parents used to say back in the day. Parents used to say that you had two choices, and they start giving you that choice at 15, 16 years old when you're old enough to work for yourself. You either going to work or you're going to school, but you're not staying in this house if you're not contributing to the house financially or getting an education to contribute to your future. So if the kids are forced to leave the house because they don't want to go to school or they don't have a job, then you're putting them out of the house because they're not applying themselves. And that's so like I said, it's going to be when the dynamic changes. He says, I used to be a two-job guy first weekend with only one this weekend. It was nice. Bro, the first time that you get 2 days off in a row, you are going to love it. You are going to love it. 2 days off in a row from both jobs where you don't have to do nothing. It's going to be like a mini vacation. The first 24 hours, all you're going to do is sleep. Then you're going to have 12 hours to try to find something to do. And then you're going to have another 12 hours of depression where you're getting ready to go back to the double shifts that you got to work for the upcoming future. Um, so he said, look it up. I'm going to do it for him. And we're gonna go ahead and nip this in the bud here. um, so roughly half as many U.S. married couple families have two earners, and among married couples families with children, about 2/3 are dual income, and 2/3 is like 66%. Um, as of most recent 2024 data that 2025, 2026 commentary is going to be using. Um, so let's go one step further. Let's go one step further. Um, the Bureau of Labor Statistics doesn't track multiple job holders, but that is not the same as two full incomes and is not usually broken out as two incomes for one person in public summaries. Financial planning sources and articles focus on strategies on how to handle going from two incomes to one or using a side gig to support many jobs. So let me double check this a little bit. I want to go even further. We're going to look for the statistical average of people uh, that have more than one job. I'm going to try to figure this out. Let me see them say uh, um, what you're referring to. So what you are talking about is that there's supposedly 5 or 6% of employed people that are working more than one job at any given time, which translates to about 8 or 9 million workers. But there's more because you're looking at 1998 to 2018. So we're looking at the Bureau of Labor Statistics and Consumer Expenditure Surveys data find that dual income is about 52 to 58%. So, especially households with children under the age of 18, dual incomes are around 66%. And the reason why this is important for you to understand is because a lot of the times, uh, because the majority of Americans have to be in a two income household because of the cost of living. So we're gonna look at this here as well. So you're looking at 49% of all married. So nationwide, roughly 1 in 20 employed adults works more than one job at a time, while 1 in 2 married couples have both spouses working, dual income households. So United States lifestyle for family runs several $1,000s a month. Typical, so let's see. Hold on. Oh, they're giving me different stats for different things. 49% of Americans lack the resources to cover the true cost of living in their communities, um, even before aspirational spending. One more statistic. Gonna help you understand this, Michael. We're looking at Urban Institute's American Affordable Tracker finds that 49% of people in American families do not have the resources to cover the true cost of essential expenses needed to live securely in their community. Uh, Harvard's Joint Center for Housing Studies has estimated that more than 19 million working age renters hold households struggle to meet their expenses even when they're working. Um, and then about half of Americans, which is like 49%, uh, are employed together in order to meet that income specificity. So you have an outlier statistic that's showing a separate research on multiple job holdings is that 5 to 6% that you were talking about at any given time, which is new data because they don't calculate the average person having more than one job. So true living cost index shows that the cost of basic but secure American life rose 4.4% in 2024 alone. Um, so the median standard of living is, and then I'm going to get to these comments because I see y'all putting up comments about $70,104 as of 2025 is the median standard of living uh, versus the median income. Uh, as of first quarter 2025, the median income is about 62,000. Um, Men have about 67,000 and women have 56,000. Men make more than women. So you're about, what did I say it was 72,000? So you're about $8 to $10,000 a year less, which means that you're going to need something close to a second job. Steven says, I still worked on the one job, haven't had experience that yet. Oh, yeah. Questions asked, how many Americans hold two jobs? Yeah, I know what the question was, Michael. Yeah, and there was a random outlier response to it that is showing. Yeah, but that's not even the correct. Out of 349, hold on, because you're saying because there we go. You said 349 million. There's approximately right now, yeah, 350 million, which population went down because it was like 386 million at one point in time. Population went down. Yeah. So I see what you're saying. Under Biden, inflation was 17%. Well, as we discussed before, Biden was at 17% simply because of what happened with Trump's situation, because the next president inherits the last president's decisions. So uh, saying that something happened under a specific president's term is not really holding that president accountable for what happened because it is rollover consequences. So a two-term president on his second term is responsible for what happened because in the first term his decisions are impacting the second term, but a one-term president receives the rollover or residual catastrophic failures of the previous president. So when uh, Obama did two terms consecutive, Obama's second term was Obama's responsibility because Obama was the first term. Donald Trump benefited from Obama's second term. So any good numbers that was under Donald Trump's term was the responsibilities, or not the responsibility, but the fallout from Obama. But any high responsibilities from Donald Trump falls on Joe Biden. Any even worse numbers in Donald Trump's first term, or not first term, but second term, starting in 2025, would be the rollover from Joe Biden. Anything that improves over the course of his term is from Donald Trump. Anything that is improved with the president that comes after Donald Trump would be the results of Donald Trump. So if the gas prices go down in the next 6 months, if the gas prices stay down for the next 5 years, that will be because of what Donald Trump did this year. If um, gas prices stay high, gas prices get up, that's because of what he did this year. But what Donald Trump walked into in 2025 and in 2026, which are numbers that are under Donald Trump's term, are the fallout from Joe Biden's situation. So when you try to bash a one president, because they're almost always a figurehead, but when you try to bash one president for the responsibilities of somebody else, because you got to remember executive orders are like 24, 25 years. So if those executive orders don't change and the government continues to operate under that, right, Obama's inflation rate was 1.4% in his second term. So Obama brought inflation down after the president before him because inflation before Obama was higher than 1.4%. So it took two terms for Obama to get inflation down, right? But when you look at Joe Biden at 17%, which is the fallout from Donald Trump, from 1.4% in Obama's second term to 17% in Joe Biden's only term, Donald Trump was responsible to 10 to 15% of inflation. Yeah, he was making changes, but it's not what it's not he said him and his son sold your left arm. Well, I mean, they did Joe Biden did do contracts with his son, did do government contracts with his son, but Donald Trump does government contracts with himself. So, I mean, I don't see the difference. Everybody complained when Joe Biden was contracting things to his son, where Joe Biden is a private or not private, silent owner of the company with his son or silent partner, whatever. But Donald Trump is like the sole owner of his shit, and he partners with himself. Again, so that proves my point. 1.4%. Obama did Obama's second term, 1.4%, because Obama got it down to 1.4%. The last thing Obama did when he walked out of office was sign off on raising the oil $10 a barrel. Inflation went up 0.5%. It's at 1.9%. Donald Trump inherited 1.9% from Obama. Now, that brings us back to Joe Biden inherited 17% from Donald Trump. So from the 1.9% that Donald Trump inherited from Barack Obama to 17% that Joe Biden inherited from Donald Trump contributed to 15% inflation. I'm trying to point out some trends. I know you like to be devil's advocate a lot of the times, and it's it's fine, but it's misguided. The fact is, um, the fact is, our economy is has and is becoming more and more. It has been and is becoming more and more expensive to the magnitude where the requirement for more than one person to live in the same place at the same time in order to cover the cost of living is starting to become more and more dominant. Okay. We have a shortage of homes, but that shortage of homes is not contributing to the homelessness because the larger quantity of people that are collectively moving in together with one another to say job and I've got one job and I've got three roommates, then the four of us are paying for this place. Each one of us has one job, but it takes four incomes to sustain this particular standard of living, right? And then we all are doing the same thing, which is bad discretionary spending, because since we're only paying one fourth the cost of living to stay here, instead of taking the rest of our money and budgeting and investing, we're wasting the rest of our money on entertainment, whether it's hanging out with our roommates or clubbing and partying and hanging out with our friends because we don't have as much stuff to pay for. But the statistics are true that, like I said before, about 68% of individuals have you are living in a two income environment, and that's always been the thing, that the more than half of the population is living in a two income household. And I said that a long time ago, whether it's one person with two jobs or two people with one job. I made it clear a long time ago today, as a matter of fact, that there are two incomes in the majority of households in America, more than half of them. So while you were able to, I give you credit for finding one outlier statistic that shows the quantity of individuals that do it on their own with two incomes is about 5 to 9%. The majority of individuals, about 68%, as I told you before, are living in two incomes. So that is still showing that one person is not. You saying no, I'm wrong? Prove it. Well, I can agree with that part. Yeah, I can agree with that part. Uh, AI is killing America. Well, you're using AI to get your sources of information because it's not like you're finding this from reading a book right now. You're telling me that I'm wrong. So here's the reason why I'm right. Here's the reason why I'm right. Okay, you're in office for 4 years. Year one, you have what the last president did. It depending on how much stuff you do during your term, that directly impacts the economy in your term. When you leave, what you did on year four would be how far inflation reduced itself or increased itself during your term. He said, everyone working two jobs push one. You didn't even want to do right by the last poll that we had, trying to double dip and vote multiple times, Michael. So, I mean, I think it's funny, but the stats are true. You're looking at, um, matter of fact, how many one more before we go further. How many Americans cohabitate to save some money? See if they got that statistic. Just to kind of, here we go again. There isn't specific numbers on how many members cohabitate. So you have a from 2023 Wartner and UPenn brief that notes cohabitating couples, unmarried partners living together rose from about 3.7 adults in 1991 to about 9.1%, and that's from 2023. You have with U.S. Population in the mid 300 million range, you have three-quarters of adults living with a partner being married. That 9.1% sharing translates into many tens of millions of people in cohabitating situations. So you have three-quarters of Americans that are married cohabitating and 9.1% of Americans that are not married cohabitating, which is about well, three-quarters is about 66 to 69% of Americans, plus another 9.1% Americans, which is like 71% of Americans. So when you combine and that's going to be one of the think outside of the box and actually start collecting data, cohabitatingly collecting data, uh, you will find a you will find a new data set, because you have a data set of married people, you have a data set of single people, you have a data set of uh, couples that are married but living together, and roommates, friends, and other stuff, which is a whole nother list. So with um, two-thirds is 66% or 67% of the population is married that is living together. and then 9.1% of the population that is unmarried that are living together. And you put that together, that is about 76.1% of Americans. Now, when you look at about 76.1% of Americans that are living together uh, to save money or living together because of relationship statuses and saving money, and then you factor in, hold on, one more dynamic because remember, 77% of Americans are broke. You have what you said about 5 to 9% of Americans that are single and working two jobs. You add that to the stat. You have 76.1 plus 9%, which is 85.1% of Americans that require two jobs to exist, which reinforces my previous statement that the current economic situation requires more than one income to sustain in America. So if you try to break off one subsection, one subgroup, you can try to make it seem like the numbers are low. But when you put the different subsets together into a holistic societal calculation, the majority of Americans, 80, like I said, by when you add all these stats together, 82%, you're looking at, you said do a poll. I caught you. I'm gonna see if I can throw a poll up there and see if the poll works. Uh, um, so you want me to put up a poll like a cohabitation poll? So uh, how do you want the question to be worded? You said make a poll, get the audience involved. Uh, cohabitate. So how do you word the question? Do you live with someone else? Um, oh, let's try. Let's do type one for yes and two for no. Put this in the Constitution. All right, and we're gonna put this in here, and we're gonna see how well it works for us. We start the poll, ship up on the screen. So go ahead, Michael. Let's see how many people are going to contribute to the poll here. Stephen, if you're lingering here, let's see some ones, twos, fives, nines. That's a whole nother poll. You just said the cohabitation question. Question: how many holds two jobs out of 100 people? Well, statistics show that one in 20 people hold two jobs. So out of 100 people, that would be like 5 out of 100 people that would hold two jobs for a single person. Well, if we get 100 people to that's a whole nother question. Well, I mean, it's up there. It's up there on the screen. So all you got to do is just press one, or well, for you because you live alone, you press two, and we see how many responses we get on that. You press one in the chat or two in the chat, One, if you live with a second person, and two, if you don't. You can only vote once, but we can go around and ask a lot of individuals. But here's the thing, because we're gonna get back to the main topic eventually. But here's the thing: um, you have parents with kids. That's going to be a cohabitation. Kids don't have jobs until they reach a certain age. But when the kids get jobs, while they're considered independent, they're not included in the status quo of earners at 15, 16, 17 years old. They still contribute to their household. They still help pay the bills. They subsidize the income by the parents not having to pay for the kids' discretionary spending, things to that effect. Um, then when they become adults, because when the survey starts only calculating the adults, right? Everybody over the age of 18. That's eliminating all the 15, 16, 17-year-old incomes that's helping mom and dad pay for the bills, or mom or dad pay the bills. So the census is not 100% linear. However, the argument is still the standard of living is too fucking high, and people can't afford to live by themselves. That's proven in and of itself under the fundamental fact that the median standard of living, comfortable standard of living, 72,000, and the average American is making about 62,000, which is $10,000 less than what you need to be comfortable. Which means in order for you to live comfortable, uh you will have to um spend more money than you make in order to live comfortable. And that's going to be one of the reasons why the majority of Americans is poor. So the statistic that shows that 77% of Americans that make less than $100,000 a year matches the fact that even if you're making over $100,000 a year, that the middle class individuals that are making $250,000 a year meet that 82% of Americans that require two incomes for the standard of living they have, because you're spending more money than you make, which requires you to have a second person. And sometimes it's not poor choice. Sometimes it is the standard of living. Because take, like, for example, California, California, New York, you know, there are places in America, Hong Kong, there are places that that $250,000 a year isn't enough, right? There are places in America where $250,000 a year is plenty. There's places in America where $30,000 a year is enough. But there are places in America where $250,000 a year is not enough. You have the Amazon workers that are forming a union to have a minimum standard wage of $45 an hour for the poor class. And $45 an hour is a lot of fucking money in Florida. It's not enough money in California. Okay. So in some situations, you have individuals doing it on their own. It's a two income situation for the one person to live by themselves, but there's more people shacking up with other people, which is causing the forced standard of uh, uh, cohabitation in order to sustain standard of living. Because if I'm making $10,000 less than comfortable standard of living and I get a roommate, whether it's a sibling, whether it's a family member, whether it's a best friend, whether it's a girlfriend, that extra $10,000 that I needed to live comfortable is going to come from that second income. Then it's going to be 150%. So the extra person that's living in there is going to add 50% expenses to the standard of living, which means that um, 72,000 would have another, say, $30,000 added to it, right? Which would be closer to um, $90,000. But if we're both making 62,000, we're making 120,000 together. And if we're making 120,000 together and we're spending 90,000 on the basic standard of living, now we have $30,000 for discretionary spending, which usually ends up being divided sometimes 70-30, 60-40, where the woman gets more money than the man because men spend more money on women than women spend on men. But at $15,000 a person, if you divide that $30,000 equally, You're looking at a little over $1,000 a month per person per month for discretionary spending. And when you think about the $250 a date, 4 times a month, it's not that hard to spend a little over $1,000 a month for discretionary spending. Because you got to understand that one of the things, and then let's start talking realistically, because it doesn't even have to be discretionary spending like wasting it on partying and entertainment. Because when we calculate the cost of the standard of living, we do not factor in the dollar for dollar gallon of gas that we have to put in the car to get to and from work. We calculate the car insurance and the car note. Fuel is excluded from that dynamic. So, like Steven and some other people that's been on the show that talk about how they commute so much that they're spending like 100, 200, $300 uh, uh, every time they fill up, and they're sometimes filling up 2 or 3 times a week, where they're spending $1,000 a month on gas. Some people are. That $15,000 a year of discretionary spending is just to get to and from work, where you have two people working a full-time job and they're living from paycheck to paycheck. They don't have a dollar left over because their standard of living in the city that they're living in is more than what one person can afford to do by themselves. And that's when you have relationships of convenience lasting so long, because we can't afford to do this by ourselves. So we will make this relationship work because we can't afford to do it any other way. I don't want to be homeless, so I'll make it work with you so that we can live together. And that was the total dynamic of the whole discussion. But yeah, I do see what you're trying to say there, is that, if we had 1,000 people involved, and then let's see what the statistics say, because I gave you guys enough time to chime in. Um, Michael, you didn't even put your vote in. So you didn't even put your vote in. So we had a poll sitting up there on the screen. You never once typed in your vote. So 100% of the people that voted, it says something about cohabitation, but the dynamic is still, your vote wasn't in there, so it's a skewed vote, regardless of the fact. The information is sound. So I give Michael a little bit of credit, small credit, that he was able to find a statistic that shows that single individual people having two jobs is a smaller amount of the populace of people that are living under a two household income. But unilaterally speaking and holistically speaking, about way more than half of the population is living in a two income household. Whether it's one person with two jobs or two people with one job living in the same place, more than half of the population is living in a two income household. We're talking about living together due to cost, cohabitating. Well, so now you have to find a census where people actually admit that I'm only with this person because it's cheaper, versus the fact that you have two people living together. Like I said before, you have 2/3 married people, two jobs. So about 66, 67% of people. You showed a stat of about 9% of people single, two jobs, bringing that 67 up to 76. Then you have the other statistic that shows, what was it again? Um, I think five or 7% more of uh, cohabitating individuals that are also with two jobs, which brings it up to about 82% of Americans. And one of the things you have to look at is when the argument is that the largest majority of the population is living in a two income household. You can argue that only yes, cohabitate. That's what a cohabitation is going to be: two people that aren't married. So, and the reason why you have to go off of the listing of cohabitation is because you have people that are dating that live together with two incomes. You have people that are not dating, that are roommates, they just live in the same place. So you have cohabitations. Anybody that is unmarried but living into, and then you have relatives that are cohabitating. So you have people that are unmarried that are living together. People are married that are living together. You have there may be another a completely different statistic that shows family that live together. But see, family living together could be part of the married list. It could be part of the single list. So simply using cohabitated list, the singles list, and then the married list together, that's the full totality of dual incomes, where more than one person is working or more than one income is required for this standard of living. Whether it's two people working or one person working. So both working out of married couples, 2/3 or 67% of people are doing it. And well, not necessarily sharing the cost of living, but they both have a job, because a lot of the times women make men cover the full bill and the women pay for their like luxuries in life. But there's two incomes in the household because we don't know what they're doing with the money, but there are two incomes in the household, right? So overall, there's about 82% of employed people from the stats that we gather today. 82% of employed people have two jobs or have a two-job household. That's a better way to put it. Have a two-job household. Whether it's the 9% of single people, the 5 or 7% of couples or cohabitating individuals, 67% of married individuals, all clustered together to about 82% of Americans have more than one income in their household. Living is high and is going to get worse. What's the solution? There isn't a solution because the ultimate solution is for people to stop wasting money. Only if she's my girlfriend. No, fuck that. My girlfriend gonna be paying for shit. My girlfriend gonna be getting taxed. That's why we got the girlfriend contract. My girlfriend gonna be getting taxed. She gonna I don't know. That's an interesting question. Let's see. I don't even know if they did a statistic on this. Let's find out what is the percentage, because women are more willing to answer surveys than men. Usually the broke women don't want to sign a prenup because they're only getting married for the money. Even though they're going to say I love you, they're only getting married for the money. Only getting married for the financial status. So the majority of women that are in it for the money do not want to sign a prenup. So according to this, there isn't a clear statistic that says a specific percentage of women will sign a prenup, but currently surveys data show that roughly half of United States adults are open to prenups, and actually signing rates are much higher among younger women, which is one of the reasons why men go for younger women. That's going to be the Gen Zs and the millennials. And you understand that Gen Zs and millennials are going to be in their 20s right now, not the women in their 30s and 40s and 50s, which is why men are going after the younger women, because the women are more cooperative. Uh, Most of the surveys do not publish female only percentages. So the best proxies are overall and generational numbers. So there's a 2023 Harris poll for Axios found that about 50% of US adults support or are open to signing a prenup, up to up from 42% in 2022. Despite that openness, only about 15 to 20% of married couples currently have prenups in place, though that share has risen from 3% in 2010. And among Gen Zs and millennials who are engaged or married, roughly 41 to 47% report that they have already had a prenup, about double the rate of the overall married population. So, um, 47% of the Gen Zs and millennials, but about 15 to 20% of all married couples that exist. So, given the younger women are marrying later, more educated and more likely to have their own assets or career trajectories, family law practitioners report a sharp increase in the women initiating or requesting prenups. One recent summary notes that about 52% of divorce attorneys have seen an increase in women seeking prenups. So, really, the women that are going to be asking for the prenups are going to be the women that have something to lose, and the women that are going to be objecting to the prenups are going to be the women that don't have anything to gain from getting a prenup. He said hands were full, cohabitating. Oh no, you're all right, Stephen. You're all right. I knew that I knew your vote and my vote were going to be the same because these these statistics are sound. Um, too many of us need a second income to survive under the current dynamic because they don't pay people enough money. Is that a good filter for you? Filter for a selection on a partner. Um, all my women are younger than me, bro. Michael, you are part of the middle aged senior citizen group. I'm gonna put it like that because like you and Jesus were in middle school together. Uh, there is a large majority of the American population that's younger than you. There's a large majority at 71, 72, like almost everybody is younger than you, bro. FX Trader said, I heard an opinion that prenups is good for a few years, but if it is like 15 years or longer, it gets more easily contested. One of the reasons why prenuptial agreements are able to be um, dismantled in long-term relationships is going to be because your life has changed since the original contract, and usually one or both parties violate the agreement at some point during the marriage. And because both parties have violated the agreement at some point, the agreement is nullifiable. Typically, uh, if the person filing for the divorce voided the contract, then that person who would have otherwise been demanding so much out of the marriage might not get anything from it since 80% of divorces come from women divorcing the men. So if she breached the prenup where the prenup is designed to not give her anything, then she's not going to get anything from the divorce. But if he breaks the prenup, since he's got everything to lose and all she has is her good looks and this, that, and the third, but she didn't bring anything into this relationship, if she can clean him out because he breached the prenup, then yeah, he's going to breach the prenup. And then again, that's going to be another reason why 15 years in, the prenups are more easily able to be broken because 15 years into your marriage, your wife ain't been treating you right for 12 years. You start cheating on your wife. And one of the things that the women add into the prenup is the no infidelity clauses, which will allow the woman to clean the man out if he cheats on her with another woman. And they have like abuse clauses and other stuff like that. And abuse is supposed to protect a woman from being like beaten up like Tina Turner. But typically, abuse can be identified as any type of intentional injury uh, or a non accidental situation. So something as mediocre as because if it's irresponsible decision making that causes unnecessary harm to your partner, that could be considered abuse. And that means that you and your partner smashing in the car and she gets a bruise on her hip from the emergency brake. That's irresponsible behavior, which causes an unnecessary injury, which could be perceived as abuse, which would breach the prenup. Now, he consented to that abuse, but the fact that it happened, you could utilize stuff to that effect to nullify the agreement. Because if you don't renew the contract every year or every number of years, review the contract, update the contract based on your current relationship status, you forget that it exists, you forget the terms and conditions, and you forget the standards you're supposed to hold each other to and hold yourselves to. And that's one of the reasons why the prenups fall apart. Okay. So the truth of the matter is, yeah, you should get a prenup. And yes, that would be a fantastic deciding factor as to what kind of partner you're going to have. Because if you're building generational wealth for yourself right now as a single man and you start dating a woman, before you start spending money on her, you should be able to make sure that she's willing to sign a document that separates assets upon separation of the relationship, upon parting ways. Because if she's not willing to sign that, then you're walking into a situation where she's expecting to get half of your estate without contributing to half of the estate, right? If you want to buy a house together, you guys sign a contract that says that half of the equity stake in this house is hers. Mortgage, right? But when I told you guys about setting up a trust, there's that option where you have your personal trust that's all about you, but then you have a joint trust with her that's all about y'all. You stop contributing into your own trust because now you're in a relationship with her and you start contributing into the joint trust. And then whenever y'all divorce or separate or whatever, that joint trust that has been an ingoing investment, y'all split that money. But the unilateral trust, where nothing went into that trust, but stuff only comes out of that trust, is just an external payment option. So, um, depending on how things goes, if money only goes from the trust to you, where no contributions go to the trust, no lawyer can spin it where that source of income is accessible because there was no contributions during the relationship. And that keeps that money safe. That keeps the stuff in that thing safe. But the other one where y'all are putting money in during the course of the relationship, you can say that that's joint money because y'all cohabitate. So half, even though it's not half, is supposed to be hers just because she was there. And that's why you have to get a contractual agreement. Because if you don't, it's going to be presumed 50-50 when a lot of times it's 80-20. He said, I had my own place solo for years before I did. Yeah, and yeah, a lot of people do, but it's cheaper to go live with somebody else. And you can build your life better. Now the Mexicans do it. Grown ass men will have 40 men in a two-bedroom apartment so that everybody's driving an F-150 in the next 2 years. There's no shame in it. It's a fiscally responsible decision to cohabitate to save money as long as you're using the extra money you don't need to spend on your standard of living to invest in a future where you will be financially self-sustainable. He says, so you need to update the prenup every few years. It would be wise to update the prenup every year. It would be wise to update your revocable trust every year. Yeah, it would be wise to update your revocable trust every 6 months because look at what happened to Kobe Bryant. He had a 6-month-old baby that died in a plane crash because he didn't add the child to the prenup. I mean, to the life insurance policy before they died because the child had just been born 6 months prior. Now, if he would have, upon birth of the child, updated the records, his wife would not have had to go to court and have the child retroactively included into the policy. Every time you make a life changing occurrence, you should update your records and your things. So if you buy a new car, update the records. Buy a new house, update the records. Have an extra mouth to feed, update the records. Reduce the number of mouths to feed, update the records. Right. So whenever the kids move out, update the records. If you get pregnant, update the records. And what that does is that it keeps y'all understanding right now today where we are now. And if you go back and look at, like Michael said, all of those other addendums, you can see where we were versus where we are now. A lot of the times you'll find there's a lot more stuff involved, but a lot of times you'll find all of it is his. because men collect assets and women enjoy it. But more and more women that are financially self-sustainable are going to start asking for those prenups because they don't want their effort to go to somebody who didn't contribute to it. And that logic only exists with women that are not broke as fuck. Because the broke women that are looking for a handout by dating a man that's got money are not going to want to sign that prenup. But successful women that can take care of themselves are have no problem with the prenup because she wouldn't want him to run off with her money, and she has less interest in his money because she's got her own money. Trader says the best joke is when single mothers with children don't want to sign a prenup because it's not romantic. That's just a that's gaslighting. That's a psychological and emotional abuse that compels men to do things that men should not do because it is frowned upon and shamed by other individuals. And we get that a lot. But statistics show right now that the millennials and the Gen Zs, which are the women that are 18 to 26, are more willing to cooperate with prenuptial agreements. So men that are 36 and 40, 42, 45, 50, that are looking for a partner that is going to be a cooperating partner, 50% of your age plus seven, 25, 28, 29 years old. That's the Gen Zs and the millennials. The men will be able to build an empire, have her sign a prenup, build a life with her, have it in a contract where she's entitled to certain assets that she financially contributed to, whereas the women that are 35, 41, 55 are not willing to sign that, but they want the man to pay for her standard of living, but she wants him to accept her for who she is, flaws and all, 30 baby daddies and everything to that effect, and she's not going to be the woman that he wants. He has to accept what she's willing to do, and that is the reason why middle aged women are not able to find a man in her age group as easily because she is not the cooperating partner that he's looking for, but she is a masculine version of a relationship. And she's not going to find a masculine man that's going to match up with that masculinity. She'll find a feminine man that she's not attracted to that'll match up with that femininity, which is why you have older women dating younger men who are not established. And she can get what she's looking for from him, but that's not going to be a lasting relationship because the younger men are also over 60, 66% of the newer generation of men are looking to be fathers. So women outside of the birth giving phase might be something to do in college, Stifler's mom, but when the men start looking for wives and children, the cougar that was paying for his party time is not going to be the woman he's going to stay with. It's going to be a girl his age or younger that is still able to reproduce. So, Steven said, if I had a prenup every year, I would update my favorite foods, which I can expect to be cooked once in a while. My taste changed through time. Well, that's a good understanding to have, Stephen, because your taste will change over time. Your expectations in your relationship is going to change over time. Your personal capabilities are going to change over time. And that's one of the reasons why you would update the prenuptial agreements. Jokingly, yeah, you would update your the menus on how you want to be taken care of and treated and stuff, but the contractual agreements that are enforceable in court are a division of assets. Who gets the couch? Who gets the TV? Who gets the house? Who gets the dog? Who paid for what? Who gets to keep what when we separate? Which bank accounts are included in the division of assets? If we're going to sign a contract where we're waiving the right to seek compensation for anything not listed in the document, and all of that stuff is in the contract. What stuff is off limits if you're going to give full disclosure of all of your assets, what stuff is off limits versus what stuff is easily accessible. If the contract says you can't have none of the stuff listed, but you've got stuff that's not listed, that stuff is fair game. But if the contract states that I waive the right to pursue any litigation for any assets that are not listed here, if you don't have something verbalizing that, the partner is still likely to go after that. But they have some laws that require once you get married that certain assets, such as real estate, your partner has legal a equity stake in the household because that's a married spouse. So you can say, well, it's my house now, but if you don't have a contract that states that the wife is waiving her right to any equity stake to the house before she moves into the house, she's got 50% ownership of the house just because she married you, not because she helped you pay for it, just because she married you. So when y'all get a divorce, she didn't put $1 towards the house, but you got to sell the house and give her half of the monetary value of the house. And that's something that a lot of people have to think about is from the dating phase, when all y'all got is a clothes on y'all back and a few pieces of furniture, y'all got to start discussing documenting everything and doing a division of assets. You're going to have some women that are going to be psychologically abusive and say, "Oh, you're already planning for our breakup." No, I'm securing our future because if we're not going to break up, we can still monitor our progress as a couple because the division of assets will be updated on a regular basis and we will be able to compare how many more assets we acquired together versus how many assets we maintained individually. But we also have the understanding that since the average relationship doesn't last forever, even if we're going to give ourselves a dedicated forever vow, the recognition is that if this doesn't last, we already know how this is going to be divided up, which saves us a lot of money on legal fees. Because if we're going to have an adult separation where you're only going to take what you contractually agreed to take, and I'm only going to hold on to what I can contractually agree to hold on to, then we can just part ways and not have to spend $300 an hour for a fucking attorney for 2 years and not have to spend cost of court in family court so that we can divide up our assets with a court order. Do you need to document all the household expenditures and who is paying for it? That depends on how detailed you want to be because when you start, if you're documenting the expenditures, then you're documenting financial contributions and certain expenditures like rent a center furniture. If you're doing rent to own furniture and somebody's helping pay for that stuff, they have equity stake in the furniture. You're documenting that. Expenditures like car notes, if they're going to help you pay the car note, or if they're only renting the usage of the car note, which is not equity stake in the car note, you can have a finance car that they have no monetary value in, even though your $250 a month car note, they're giving you $100 a month on it. They signed a document that says that my contributions to the car is for usage and repairs, not for equity stake. So if you document expenditures and then you document how their contributions towards those expenditures will be valued, then you can determine that anything that's being leased or financed, they're not providing equity contributions to it, that they're providing usage contributions to it, which will separate their financial investments from ownership because they're signing a contract saying that I agree that I am not trying to own this, that I'm just using it while I'm in a relationship with you and I am paying for it because I use it. So I would put down all of the expenditures. I would put down all of the expenditures. And then by putting down all of the expenditures, we could actually document how the financial contributions would be expected in the relationship. And then if somebody falls short, we should be able to document how they fall short, why they fall short, how long they fell short, and if they make that up in the back end. So if you fell short because you lost a job and you was unemployed for 6 months, you didn't contribute for X period of time. If you're going to make that up down the line, if you overpay on certain things, you broke even on your contributions. But it shows nobody can say, oh, divorce 50-50. No, ma'am, you haven't had a job in 5 years and you were supposed to pay 50% of the contributions and you stopped paying 50% of the contributions in 2021. It's not 50-50. It's actually been 100% zero for the last 5 years, which means your 50% contribution accumulates to X number of dollars. Does that mean that you can get them to reimburse you for non-contributed capital towards the household? Not necessarily. But what it does do is it keeps track of how much you did do in the relationship and how much you couldn't do in a relationship or how much you chose not to do in a relationship, which leads you to the division of assets and what is considered fair from a third party judge outside looking in. He said, for example, who pays the utilities is not important. Who I know what you mean when you say all of the expenditures, but think about this: um, the light bill, water bill, gas bill, car insurance, phone bill. Phone bills have equipment fees when you finance your phone. Netflix. Now, think about this: if I pay your phone bill and you buy a $2,000 cell phone, you buy a new iPhone, $35 a month is added to the bill for your iPhone. I'm paying your cell phone bill. Do I own your phone or did I just contribute to your bill? Because the purchase of the phone was put on the phone bill. Does that make sense? When you really start talking about the division of assets, you didn't buy the phone cash up front. You put a down payment on the phone, or I put a down payment on the phone on your behalf, and then I paid your phone bill for you for the duration of time that that phone was being paid for. Is that your phone or is that my phone? Because that phone is on your bill, but I paid the bill. In a divorce, that exact question will be the dumbest conversation that might take up 30 minutes of court. Why would that happen? Because the most bitter person in the divorce want to take everything out of the relationship as much as possible to make the other person hurt as bad as they're hurting. It's a revenge thing in divorce court. So ultimately, if you document every single, no matter how minuscule expense, that's all of that's the entire estate, debt versus assets, and the contributing incomes that are going to be supporting that. You show what you paid for, what you own, and what your money went towards, whether your money went towards the ownership of something or your money just went towards the usage of something. And then if I'm paying your phone bill and you're paying my car note, does it wash out? Or do I have ownership of your phone and you have partial ownership of my car? That is the reason why you have to detail this stuff. And the more detailed you are, the easier it is to part ways in the end. A lot of people, oh well, you're planning for us to break up before we even got together. All right, you say that, but if the paperwork said that you got everything upon my demise, you would want me to detail everything that you get, right? If this was gonna if this prenuptial agreement leads to a living will, leads to an inheritance of estate, you would want me to detail everything down to the napkins in the silverware drawer because you're gonna want everything, right? Especially if I've got extra relatives that could come and claim inheritance towards my estate. So is it insignificant because we're in a relationship, or is it significant because if I pass away, who gets my stuff? Does my partner get my stuff because we're not married yet, or does my family get my stuff? Because we got a house together, we got cars together, we've been doing this together. I pass before we get married. Legally, if I don't have any other contract with my romantic partner, legally, my sister, my brother, my mom, if I got kids, they get it. All the money she put towards it means nothing. She could have been paying for this house for 10 years. If she doesn't have a marriage certificate, she doesn't necessarily have equity stake in the house goes into probate, siblings get it. She would have to get a lawyer to sue for reimbursement so that she could get some money out of the house. Extra money coming out of her pocket. She still got to find another place to live because they're going to sell the house to divide the money. But if she would have had that contract while he was alive, The contract might state that upon separation, if I'm still alive, that we could split. But if I die before we split up, you get to keep everything that belonged to me. Wouldn't it make sense for me to list everything that's mine? And that's going to be the other half of the fence. So when a lot of women are going to say, "Well, I don't think the prenups are a good idea," blah 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 blah. But a prenuptial agreement can be a benefit, or it could be a vice. It's a double-edged sword. He says some women don't like a prenup because they think men are preparing for divorce before marriage. It gives them bad feelings. That's because she's not the kind of woman that is going to earn her right into the marriage, and that's going to be the kind of woman that is not going to be a positive supporter of the marriage and going to be quick to leave. A prenup, a prenuptial agreement that declares what you're not going to get if you leave, especially if you bring nothing to this relationship, you get nothing when you leave. And those women who brought nothing to this relationship are not going to want to leave empty-handed. They're going to want to leave with something, and they're not going to want to be okay with a prenup. But if she's got shit and I got shit too, ultimately she's going to want to sign that prenup because she don't want me to walk away with half of her estate, and I'm not going to want her to walk away with half of my estate unless I declare it in a document that she can have that. Which means that it's actually a very very good. I go to Asia. The women in Asia are signing contracts. They're signing dating contracts, terms and conditions. They be talking about the term of the relationship. If we don't get married by a certain period of time, then we dissolve the relationship and part ways as mature adults. You know, they got contracts out there. Y'all think that'd be a joke on them K-pop movies? No, there's a whole culture over there. It's not a legally binding contract in a lot of situations because you can't put a price tag on emotions. You can't have a contract for sex or anything to that effect. But if I'm dedicating a certain period of time to you and I'm going to put effort into you and we sign a contract together, we are putting it in paper. We're able to see it. We're able to agree to it. We're able to go back and relook at it and remember the vow that we gave to one another. It goes a whole lot further. He says, isn't a prenup agreement more important than a marriage certificate? Fuck yes. Because a marriage certificate is only a document that helps the IRS adjust your tax deductions. You know something? You can get a prenuptial agreement and not get married. As a matter of fact, the marriage is irrelevant. Truth be told, the marriage is irrelevant. You could be a cohabitating family that has a prenuptial agreement that is more effective of a relationship than a marriage. Why? Because one can file single, the other can file head of household. And let's look at what we did with stocks. Let's look at what we did with stocks. The deduction, the deductions on the deferred stock taxation is like 34,000 and some change. The deductions on head of household is 64,000. Which, if you put that together, it's about $97,000, $98,000. Now, the 150% for filing joint is the same thing, right? But here's the kicker. Social Security disability, if you file single, you get 100% of your benefits. She files single, she gets 100% of her benefits. Y'all have twice as much money if you're single. But if you're married, you're capped at $2,000 worth of assets, and then they start cutting money out of your benefits. A marriage license limits government exemptions, government fundings, government involvement to 150%. Where single, each person gets 100% of whatever the fuck the government's going to do for you. And under certain circumstances where she's got a house and you got a house too, but y'all live in the same house, she could be the head of household of her house, you could be the head of household of your house, and y'all got 64,000 a person, which is 128,000, which you would not get if you got married. If y'all got married, you'd be taking a massive cut from 128,000 for the two of y'all filing individual heads of household versus 97,400 to file joint. Y'all could individually build brokerage accounts singularly file head of household individually, and each one of you get covered for 64,000 a piece, and y'all now have together 128,000. People don't think about that. So wouldn't it be better to get the prenup to allocate assets, file single, well, file head of household individually for two separate households and have more breaks on your money than it would be to get married, file joint, and only get the 150%? I want the 200% for the two of us. So if I only get 150%, they can still go to Disney with credit cards, so they will survive. Yeah, well, you're right. I mean, yeah, your partner can still take your money and go to Cancun and have a fantastic time, girls gone wild on your dollar. But the principle of the matter is that you're sacrificing 50% just so that y'all can change y'all name. You sacrifice a 50% of whatever you would have been entitled to in order for y'all to change y'all name. But if y'all filed individual head of households, and funny thing, because remember I told y'all the story about we completely got off the topic of the country that we were supposed to be talking about today, but we're going to get back on that topic. But remember I told y'all about post office boxes, right? I told y'all about at least one of y'all using a post office box. If y'all got separate post office boxes, that's even more fantastic. But y'all can live in the same house. If you file taxes from two different addresses, she's got the house or the apartment, you got the post office box, and y'all both file head of household. You're the head of household of your address. She's the head of household of her address. Y'all can live in the same house and get 200% of whatever you're entitled to instead of doing 150%. But once you get married, you're capped at 150%. So you're taking a loss to get married. Okay. You're taking a loss to get married. Men are taking a loss to get married. Okay. Women with assets are taking a loss to get married, but all men take a loss to get married because women without income is the reason why the 150% was supposed to be the thing. Because if she has no income and you have all the income, instead of you just getting 100%, you get 150% because she's a dependent. And any kids y'all have are also dependents. But if she's got a job and you got a job and y'all file joint, y'all are taking a 50% cut on her money, which makes no sense. Y'all shouldn't do that financially. You shouldn't get married if both of y'all got a good ass job. Y'all should stay single and live together and do a prenup and build a trust. That's what you should do. That was an hour and 20 minutes worth of completely different topic, but let's get back to the main thing. You know, one of the reasons why we talked about this, well, Michael started it because that's what I was about. I was actually talking about Kiribati before we got on this sideways topic, and then you started asking me a lot of prenuptial questions. I know you like to be curious about stuff, and I was entertaining your questions, but we got sidetracked on this because when I started introducing today's topic, I was talking about how the cost of living in America was so expensive, and the requirement for a two income household, whether it be one person with two incomes or two people with one income living in the same environment, or more than two people living in the same environment with an income where everybody has an income, was a thing. And then we got into the debate with Michael about how there isn't that many single people with an income, and I'm like, bro, like you're not paying attention. The majority of Americans are so broke that they need two incomes, whether it's two people with one income or one person with two incomes. And he was arguing that point. Well, no, it's okay. I mean, Michael took me down a rabbit hole, and then you jumped in with the prenups when I started talking about contracts. So it was kind of part of the topic of discussion at the time, but it wasn't the main topic. So we went down like three different rabbit holes of straw man topics. But he tried to win his straw man topic about prenuptial. I mean, about single people being 5 to 9% of the total population of individuals that do it on their own with two incomes. But when I was talking about the fact that there are very few individuals that have one job taking care of the whole household in the entirety of America. And that's probably the only statistic that we didn't get. How many single income households exist in America? We didn't do that statistic. Because that statistic would show that there's probably 20 or 30% of Americans that are single income households, whether it's single person, single income, or dual person, single income, because 82% of Americans have more than one income. And the reason why that is because the comfortable standard of living has risen from 68,000 a year to 72,000 a year, and the median income is $10,000 a year less than that. So the average person is getting $10,000 a year less than the cost of living to feel comfortable. And that's going to mean that in order for you to feel comfortable, you're probably going to spend more money than you make. And that's going to cause you to always feel financially stressed, which leads to today's topic of living in a country where the cost of living is less than the car note, car insurance combined cost for the entire standard of living. So you're a three, four, $500 car, three, four, $500 car insurance, $700 total, less than $1,000 a month. You're living on this island for far cheaper than what you would live in the United States. That's where we stop the story because of the side topics that we had on tonight's show. He said, I propose a day for straw man topics and debates once a week. That's Sunday. That's Sunday. But not trying to shut people down. They come on whenever day that I'm here because I'm a live podcast, and they come and they will ask a random question that might be an appropriately structured question, just asked at a most inappropriate time. And when they do that, we're in a situation where I kind of entertain the question. I probably shouldn't a lot of the times. I probably should say, hey, the prenup question should be for like Thursday's show when we're talking about relationships. But since the question came up when we were talking about um, finances in couples um, in America during the poll and all of this other stuff, it kind of was conveniently part of that topic, but we straw man to a straw man to a straw man. That's kind of what it was. So three subtopics later, we're completely off the main topic, right? But here on this and that, where we talk about this, that, and everything in between, we try to cover the spread. But this is why I write the scripts for the show so that I can go all the way back to where we started and kind of get us back on track and talk about the topic at hand, which is what everybody came for, right? So as it pertains to the Kiribati Islands, you will find that it's more than just the money, but it's going to be the weight of all of the financial stress and responsibility that you have in Western culture in the United States with the cost of living. So there's going to be a low grade constant anxiety that a single unexpected bill, a medical issue, a car repair that comes out of nowhere could make the whole house of cards collapse because you're living $10,000 above your annual income, trying to rob Peter to pay Paul to make ends meet. You're in a relationship with somebody that's helping you cover the spread. And then you have to mitigate their feelings so that they don't take their income and leave you with less money than what you can afford to pay for the standard of living that you've crept up to. All of these things, you're building a financial lifestyle on a bedrock of sand because anything could disrupt this lifestyle. If two people move into a lifestyle together where, like we said before, you got two people making 45,000 a year each, both of y'all teachers, prestigious job, low pay level, you're making 90,000 a year, comfortable standard of living is 72,000 a year. But if y'all break up and you're living a $72,000 a year lifestyle, if your partner leaves, you don't have enough money to pay for the place. So you have a lot of stress and frustration because you have to manage your financial partner and you have to manage the budget, and any unforeseen circumstances could disrupt the whole scenario. It's going to be also including a feeling of being time poor, especially when you have to work two jobs. Your days are going to find you're going to find that your days are going to be a blur. You wake up early, you're sitting in traffic, you work for 8 to 10 hours, you sit in traffic again, and then you have just few exhausting hours to cook, eat, clean, get ready to do it all over again for tomorrow. Your weekends are going to be for catching up on chores. Or if you work over the weekends and you're off during the midweek, during a slow period, your weekdays are going to be catching up on chores and paying bills and talking to financial institutions that are only existing Monday through Friday from 8 to 4 in the afternoon, not actually resting on your days off. You're going to find yourself living for the weekend or living for your days off, even when those weekends or days off are also feeling like work, where you're not actually working on your 9 to 5. You're actually working on personal situations that need to be resolved because no one's there to resolve them. And you'll find that the moment that this changes, you'll find yourself, stuck in a traffic jam, listening to a podcast like this one, talking about digital nomads and talking about geo arbitrage, which we've covered on the show plenty of times. Earning in a strong currency in a place where money is good while living somewhere with a much lower cost of living. If you were making that 40, 50, 60, because again, 48,000 a year to live on the budget that I talked about 2 hours ago in a country where 12,000 a year would get you what you need. If you're making that 40,000 a year on a computer, digital nomad, you can now take that job to a country or a city or state that's far cheaper than where you were, where your $50,000 a year income might not have been enough for where you were, but your $50,000 a year income is more than enough money for where you're going. Geo arbitrage is a new concept that not a lot of people think about or know about, but it's going to hit different. It's not it's not a clever trick. It's an escape hatch, you know. So even though we went down that long behind rabbit hole, if you look at the usual spots like Thailand, Portugal, Mexico, you'll find that while they're very tempting, they also felt too done, accomplished, meaning like everybody's going there. While those paths are already paved, you might decide that you want something a little bit more, a real chance for scenery, a place that's not just fixing your finances, but totally changing the perspective that you have on life. Now, after doing a little bit of research, remote, culturally rich, English speaking for those of us that want that, unless we're duolingual, you find these as criteria in your search, and English speaking might be a plus for a lot of people. And of course, finding something incredibly cheap, you're going to keep tracing over big blue parts of the world map on your screen, and then you're going to find one location, a sprinkle of tiny islands right on the equator, hot as fuck. That's going to be Kiribati. Now, you look at some of the photos, you're going to see a turquoise lagoon, um, thatched roof, main buzz, which is like a nice little house, and a way of life that's going to feel like a universe away from the traffic jam realities that you're used to. It's not going to be a lot of information about them online, which only makes it more appealing to you because that means that you're going to be more off the grid. And it's not going to be on any top 10 list because not very many people go there. But this is going to be the ultimate geo arbitrage adventure. You're going to find yourself taking leaps of faith into the great unknown. And for the first time in years, you're going to feel a jolt of real excitement. And once you make that type of decision, you're going to trade the concrete jungle for a coral atoll. Now, before I get into the budgets that you're going to have for this, I'm going to give you guys a bigger picture because the difference in the cost of living between the United States and Kiribati is frankly mind boggling. And it's going to be the core reason that this whole lifestyle is going to work for you. He says, is there a $182,000 federal tax exclusion when you work in a foreign country? From what I understand, it's not a tax exclusion. Um, they do have a. Actually, no, I'm wrong. It actually, I think it would be considered a tax exclusion. It's not worded exclusion. It would be an exemption, meaning that they're not going to take the taxes from you. And I do believe that it is somewhere between 155 and $255,000 worth of income earned from overseas work as an American citizen. And the reason being is because there are tax treaties with the largest majority of the developed countries around the world. They have tax treaties with the United States. And the way the tax treaties are designed is that America taxes its people no matter where they get their money from. And no other country is going to tax you twice on the same money. So if the home country is going to tax you, America's not going to tax you. So, say for example, you go to China or Japan. Japan has this thing where if you go over there and set up a business and hire two locals, they give you a subsidy, right? The business run in Japan, Japan's going to tax you local taxes. You're going to pay that local taxes up to about 150 to $250,000 worth of local taxes you're going to pay to Japan. The United States is not going to tax you again for the same money. Now, all that means is you're only going to be taxed by one country for the earned income, not two. So here's the thing: you have certain countries like I think Belize or the Baltic Islands or some other places that have no local taxes. But the United States also has that we're not going to tax you either thing because it's across the board. It's not like only if you live in certain countries we're not going to tax you. It is across the board that if you make up to a certain amount of money, the United States is not going to tax you just in case the country you're making the money in is going to tax you. In that scenario, you have certain countries that have no taxable income under certain conditions, and the United States isn't going to tax you either because it's foreign money. And now you're making money that is tax free from certain countries. So yes, there is a federal tax exemption, and I guess exclusion will be a good word for it. Um, and it should be somewhere between 150 and $250,000. But notice, straw man question, because we're talking about Kiribati, and you're asking about international taxation, because it kind of intertwines with the main topic. Because if you're going to invest in another country, start up a business on an island, would the U.S. tax you on that? It's a fairly decent question. And the answer is not all the time. Now, there's also some tax laws that are different because the U.S. tax laws focus more on individual taxation, not corporate taxation, while tax exemptions for um, international profits do exist. The reporting laws for banks is exclusively for personal income. So Stephen can go to another country and open bank accounts in different countries around the world, and each one of those banks have to tell Donald Trump that Stephen's got money in another country. But Stephen can start up a business in another country in the business name, and that business doesn't have to be reported. Now, tax laws are going to be different for individuals versus S corporations, C corporations, LLCs. But the one of the things that wealthy individuals articulate is to establish income generating LLCs so that your income is protected from the public eye if you are operating this business and that business is how do you say um listed in another country. and then take the ownership of that business and put like 95% of it into a trust. Why 95% of it? Because you might still have a small ownership share of the property, I mean, of the business. And even if you had a partnership, if you have 2.5%, your partner has 2.5%, and the trust has the rest of it, the trust controls the business, right? Trustee operates the business. You can be the trustee, which means that you still control and operate the business. But the fact is that on paper, you have a business, and then you have the owner of it is a trust that takes you off of public records. The income that you're spending, where a lot of wealthy individuals live while working. So we have contract signings over dinner, we have negotiations over lunch, this, that, and the third. We meet and hang out and talk business while we're hanging out, and then sign the paperwork. And then us hanging out is a tax deduction. It's rebated from the company, this, that, and the third. So ultimately, I have nothing, I own nothing, but I have a lifestyle that is fully funded by the business that I operate. Now, under those dynamics, you have less international taxes as an individual because the taxes is hitting the business. Whatever taxation is going to happen is going to happen to the business. And any extra profits that are taken out of the business and put into the trust is going to hit the trust as a taxable income if it is not pre-taxed income uh, that goes into the thing. So there's never a situation where you can 100% evade taxation outside of being those situations where you just choose not to report. And a lot of the times they don't put forth the effort to come and find out what your situation looks like. But when you fail to report, there is a record of how much they believe you owe them. And if over the course of 10 or 15 years, you accumulate a large enough quantity of taxable debt that you haven't paid them, they start sending you notices from the IRS about, hey, you got to pay us some money, plus penalty fees and everything like that. What would have been a small amount if you would have handled the year that it occurred turns into a larger amount because they're charging you, I do believe, like 25% and compounded monthly until you pay. So it could be loan shark style, and what a lot of the times what they're doing is they absorb your refund money from any penalties plus interest, so you get less back, but you square away the tax bill. So hopefully that answers all your questions. Now, um, if you take a cost of living calculator with a grain of salt, because cost of living doesn't always project everything. Because even when we talked about the cost of living with America in the beginning, you have the problem with we don't even factor in the cost of fuel to transport ourselves to and from work. We think about the standard bills that we can project: rent, light, gas, water, car insurance, car note, phone bill, but we don't talk about the cost of general maintenance because that's a variable that is undetermined because it's based on the age of the car, the usage of the car, the condition that it was when you got it. It's a variable rate. You can throw in an average repairs of $250 a month, but that's speculation. You have fuel. Some people like me that don't have to drive but once a month, but choose to drive 4 times a month and not going more than 60 miles round trip. I don't drive as much as somebody that's driving 100 to 150 miles a day. So the cost of fuel depends on the person. But regardless of what your cost of commute, regardless of what your cost of repairing your car is, the standard bills that is always able to be gauged, even if your car sits in the yard and does nothing, as long as it's got insurance on it and as long as it's being financed, you have that standard bill. And that is why cost of living charts, they're inaccurate. Because when you think, oh yeah, well he's got 15,000 extra dollars to spend, yeah, until you start filling the tank with that 15,000 extra dollars. He might have to borrow some money now because unless he's paying like $500 $400 or $500 a month on gas, if you're spending $100 a week on gas, whether it's filling it up twice or filling it up once, and you have to spend $100 a week on gas, you're spending 400 a week or 400 a month on gas, which accounts for $44,800 out of the $15,000, right? That's just if you're only doing $400 a month on gas to get to and from work. But when you start looking at a clear pattern of cost assessments, some things start popping up. Some sites that use models and user data suggest the United States is significantly more expensive than other countries like Kiribati. For example, one site, city costs, suggests living in the United States is roughly 65% more expensive than in Kiribati. Another aggregator suggests that when you factor in rent, the difference could be over 90% or even higher. For every dollar you need to spend to live in Kiribati, for every dollar you need to spend in America, you might need, oh no, I had that right correctly. For every dollar that you need to spend in Kiribati, you might need $2 to have the same lifestyle in America. So your $48,000 a year lifestyle in Kiribati might be a $96,000 a year lifestyle in America. That would be how that would calculate out. So if you tried to put that into numbers, one analysis found uh, things like modeling the expat lifestyle in Kiribati puts monthly costs for single person in that country at around $1,605, including the rent. That same person in the United States will be looking at an average of about $2,643 for the same lifestyle. That's almost $1,000 difference every single month, which is $12,000 a year difference every single month just to exist. When you see it like that, the high stress, high cost of life, you might find yourself running from uh, uh, areas where it looks like a requirement to areas where your standard of living looks more like a choice, right? And it's going to be a choice that you're not going to have to make anymore to make enough money to sustain your standard of living. But the raw numbers aren't going to be the whole story. The real magic number is going to be the purchasing power. So if we go off of a $3,000 monthly budget, which could have been just enough to get you by in America or not enough to get you by in some areas of America, it's going to be transformative in Kiribati. So it's not just about spending less, it's going to be about what your money buys you in terms of lifestyle and freedom. So if we take a look at the specifics, some data suggests that rental costs in the United States are, on average, over 100% higher than in Kiribati, with some figures putting the difference as high as 225% higher. Dining out, a luxury that's going to be getting more and more rare in the United States, is estimated to cost over 140% more than it does in Kiribati. Now, it's not all going to be cheap. Certain things, especially imported goods or even public transportation, can be more expensive in Kiribati than it would be in the United States. And we're going to be getting into that. But the overall financial advantage is going to be huge. The most powerful comparison is with the local economy. Some data suggests the average after tax monthly salary for many formal jobs in Kiribati can be just a few hundred US dollars. And this is a really important piece of context. Their standard of living over there is a few hundred US dollars a month. So if you have a $3,000 budget, it doesn't just make you comfortable, it puts you in a position of huge financial privilege. That's a reality that requires respect, humility, and a real effort to support the local economy if you're going to stay there for a while. It also shows, in the clearest way possible, the incredible power of geo arbitrage. When you separate your earning potential from your cost of living, you find a level of financial freedom that's almost impossible to get when they're both tied to an expensive place. Now, this basic economic imbalance is the engine that makes this whole lifestyle go. And this is going to be the part that you guys have been waiting for, the proof in the pudding, because it isn't theory, it's actual line by line spending for an average month living in a place like South Tarawa. So if you track every dollar, you lay it all out, exactly how a great life in Tarawa is inside of a $3,000 budget. Housing, $600. One of the biggest expenses that is used and gives a lot of people nightmares. When your monthly rent is $600, you have a simple but spacious 2 bedroom concrete house. You're not going to find that in America. It's got a small kitchen, a working bathroom, and a living area. Best of all, it's a short walk from the lagoon. You can hear the water from the porch. And when you think about $1,800 a month that you would have paid for a crammed 1 bedroom apartment with a view of a brick wall, it is in fact laughable. Now, to be clear, this is just one of the statistics that I found. But and you're going to find places like this more so through word of mouth over there than what you would find listed online, but it is still feasible. If you look around, you can also find a wider range because a simpler local style house might be as little as $200 to $350 a month, which you're definitely not going to find. That's cheaper than most people's usage of their air conditioner system. While a more modern expat focused apartment could be between $400 and $700 a month, and when we start thinking about more expat focused, you're thinking about um, showers in the apartment, toilets in the apartment, rooms separated from one another. Because when you go to other countries, less developed countries, they build for space. So you might have a one room efficiency that is literally just one room with the kitchen on one side, open format, everything in one spot. But you might have multiple rooms where you might have 2 rooms, just 2 rooms, no living room, and just a kitchen. You might have Western style where you have the living room, a separate bedroom, a separate bedroom, a separate kitchen, a separate bathroom, and that starts costing a lot more money. But if we use the statistical average, $600, you have a safe, comfortable home with enough space for you to be able to have a little bit of sanctuary. When we think about utilities in Kiribati, you're looking at $150, and this is going to cover the electricity, water, and cooking gas. Cooking gas is going to be like a gas stove or a butane stove or something to that effect. Electricity is the biggest part of the bill. It's not cheap, and the power can be a bit unreliable. So a good surge protector is going to be a must in this place. You're going to have a fan running at night, catching that cool breeze, and you're going to use the lights as needed. But you're going to be mindful about the usage that you're going to have. Water is a mix of collected rainwater and municipal water, which is not something that we do very much in America, but we probably should start doing it. I've seen on Temu where rainwater collecting devices do exist. And you legally can, in most cities and states, install up to a certain amount where they expect you to use that groundwater for like water in your garden and stuff like that. But you can collect some water. So if you were the kind of person that was going to start up a garden and plant some stuff in your yard or water your grass or whatever the case may be, and you bought one of these containers, I think there's some anywhere between $100 and $200 for, if I remember correctly, somewhere between 60 and 100 gallons of water that it can store. Then you can get one of these things and save money on your water bill, right? So if you cook on a gas stove and uh, pay attention to a canister of gas for a month that you will be using for cooking on a gas stove, all of that would be $150 a month just to keep the lights on and the water running. Your food and groceries would be right around $400. And this is where your choices can make a huge difference in your budget because you have two food worlds in Kiribati, local and imported. Most countries are going to have these options because of the expats that are there. But you're going to recognize that imported is going to cost way more than local. Your strategy, which keeps most of your costs down, and your diet to be a little bit more healthy, is going to be lean and more towards local stuff. So if you eat a ton of fresh fish, tuna, snapper, traveling, then you can buy directly from the fishermen for just a few bucks. And that is going to be the freshest seafood that you can imagine out there, which would fill your diet with the island staples such as coconuts, breadfruits, pandunas, and taros. So that's going to be a trip to the local market. That is going to be an adventure in and of itself. And it's going to be where you get most of your food. He says, I've woke up in some strange places, and the cheapest is always the best on my book. I am not going for the cheapest. I am going for the most convenient because while I can camp out in a car or pitch a tent or dig a hole in the ground and cover myself with some bamboo leaves, I would prefer to have a very comfy mattress and hot food. Those are going to be some of my basic requirements and running water to preferably take a hot shower. Okay. And what I do for myself, I do for my dog. So that means I got to be able to take a hot shower. He's got to be able to take a hot shower. I'm going to want some hot food. He's got to have some lukewarm food. I'm going to want a bed to sleep in. Probably going to get him a bed to sleep in too. You know, last time I went out of town and got a hotel, I had got a two bedroom. I got a one bedroom hotel with two beds in it. And it was funny. Cause two queen size beds, one for me and one for the dog. Thing is a joke. I got photos. I'll throw some photos into the membership. Speaking of, um, you told me about the patent thing, and I was like, yeah, that's a fantastic idea. And then I took some photos so that you could see what I was talking about, and I haven't put them up in the membership. I'm gonna try to squeeze those in sometime after the show today so that you can see what I was talking about with the solar panels on the back of the car and the car facing the sun, and the reason why because I got my license plate covered because it's one of those things where it's convenient because it allows the car to sit up for an extended with the way things are technically, with the way the car is parked technically, I could leave the country and come back in a number of months and the battery still be fully charged. Whereas in other situations, you would have to disconnect the battery or put the car on some kind of battery charger to keep it from happening because I've got the solar panels charging the two batteries that are in the car, both batteries in the car. Last time I checked it, now we're operating on like 12.3 amps or 12.3 volts. Whereas when I was using it, it was 13 to 14 volts. And I was like, all right, turn the key, drop of a hat, car cranks up. But if I start going and getting me some of them antique cars that are like $25,000 or $30,000 for a 1950s model something or other, I'll be doing the same shit. I'd be wiring, drawing power to a battery in the trunk and having a battery under the hood, and then having solar panels in the back glass or solar panels on the dashboard where the car would be facing the sun, charging the battery while I'm not using the car. He said, if you get rich off the patent, don't forget to throw me a free month in the membership for the inspiration to do so. Oh yeah, of course, I got you, man. Look, hey, I would first of all, so one of the ways patents work, because you got two types of patents. You have the you created it or you modified it to make it better. So a modification patent is doable and sometimes a lot cheaper than the created from scratch patent, right? So while the patent for the wheel exists, the patent for every different kind of rim that comes off of the wheel is a modification patent. So the difference between solid steel rims, chrome rims, Dayton rims, spoke rims, all different types of the same wheel where it was a modification patent. So if I can, right now it's just rigged up to work more efficiently, but a patent for a type of system that wires directly into the car and keeps all the external power sources charged up. If I can get that in a more efficient fashion, then yeah, I'd patent that. I'd patent that. But then I'd have to patent it, get the equipment, and then sell it or sell the idea to manufacturers that are going to do it, so that it installation would be a lot easier. Because my installation was really difficult. I got clamps, I've got wires running different places because I mean it's not natural to the car's design. Neither is a second battery. Most cars have one battery outside of electric vehicles. And the only cars that have more than one battery typically have it because they have an amp and they have a massive stereo system in the car that doesn't function off of the main battery that starts the car. Is that I might take a cruise over to Ohio and see if them boys still riding on Daytona rims in 2026. They've got some boys that I've seen earlier today that are riding on 42-inch rims. They got Cutlass with 42-inch rims. And I'm just trying to figure out like why do y'all waste y'all money on this shit? The boys with the what do they call that? The drop, is it called the drop trucks or whatever? The ones where they lift the front and drop the back. It's stupid because they make it a mandatory change. They don't get hydraulics, and I don't understand why they don't get hydraulics, either hydraulics or air shocks. And the reason why I say that is because when you do a permanent change, you can even get the adjustable suspension where you can do the drop thing when you're sitting in the parking lot or when you're at car shows. But if you can just push a button and make your vehicle level, then you're not breaking the law. But they actually modify some suspension where the vehicle is lifted and now the headlights are pointing at the sky instead of pointing at the road, and it is a legal violation, and those trucks get impounded and towed. They spend hundreds of thousands of dollars between buying the truck, modifying the truck, and then paying for all the tickets that they get for the modification and getting the truck out of the impound lot. And then they have to spend the money to undo it so that they can keep the truck and use the truck. Otherwise, they're not going to be able to continue using the truck because of the way they modified it. And I don't understand why they do that. I recognize that back in the day, everybody had a Cutlass or an Impala or something like that, and they had either air shocks or hydraulics, and they would lift it or drop it or tilt it to the side or something like that, and have the cars in different ways. But they could push a button and make it back level. Even Ice Cube had the whole thing lift up and roll off. They would drop it to the ground, and instead of dragging the car on its frame, it would be on the ground when it's parked, but it would lift up before it drives off so that it is actually level and it's not violating any laws. You can do things. It's a waste of money, but you can do things to your vehicle that's not permanent so that you're not getting pulled over by the police. It's just my thought. Now, the important stuff. This is going to be where your wallet can feel the pain. Anything in a colorful package that goes across the ocean is going to be extremely expensive. Lucky Charms. So a box of American cereal, a block of cheese from New Zealand, a jar of your favorite peanuts. These are going to be treats. A can of Pringles could set you back $7 to $8. So a philosophy that I would tell you is eat 80% local food when you're on the islands, which is going to be cheap and fresh and then use about 20% of your money for the food budget that you're going to use for imported comforts. Still going to be about a $400 budget to let you eat delicious stuff, some things that you remember, some things that you like, and still be able to occasionally splurge for, some of the other things. Now, transportation in Kiribati is going to be about $100, and this is going to be one of my favorite line items because what's missing? No car payment, no insurance, no guzzling gas. You're going to find your days stuck in traffic are going to be a distant memory. The main way to get around South Tarawa is the minibus system. They're privately owned vans that run up and down the main road. A trip from one end of the island to the other might cost you $1 or two. It is cheap, it works, and it's a great way to meet people. For a short trip, you have a sturdy secondhand bike that you might buy for about 50 bucks. You also set aside a little for occasional ferry trips to other islands. All of that is $100 a month to cover all the transportation that you need with money left over. That's freedom. Internet and communication is going to be about $80. And for remote workers, you have to be honest here. The internet in Kiribati isn't what you're going to be used to. It's going to be slower, less reliable, and you're going to pay more for less speed. For a long time, everything came via satellite. Good news is that major submarine cables projects, or the submarine cable projects like the East Micronesia cables have been in the works to connect Kiribati and are expected to dramatically improve things around the mid 2000s, mid 2020s, which is going to be something to the magnitude of like 2027, 2028, something like that, because we're already mid 2026. So it's going to be like in the next 6 months to a year, maybe 2 years from now, we're going to start seeing a lot more improvements in their internet system. But for now, a plan for about $80 a month is going to be what you're going to get. It's going to be enough for you to do your work, mostly doing some writing, stream a little bit of music, watch some YouTube on a standard definition, do a podcast. You know what I mean? It's usually okay for video calls, but sometimes you're going to have to switch to phone data and you learn to be patient. You download big files overnight instead of sitting there trying to wait for it to get done during the day, and you just get used to that kind of lifestyle. It's a workable trade off for the paradise. Healthcare is going to be about 50 bucks for insurance and minor things, but this is going to be crucial. The healthcare system in Kiribati has its limits. Local clinics and main hospitals in Tarawa are there for routine care, but they lack many advanced services. So, for any serious medical conditions or emergencies, you're almost certainly going to need to be medically evacuated to a country like Fiji or Australia nearby. That's going to be non negotiable. I don't think I've covered Fiji yet. That might be one I want to do soon. So, the most important thing that you're going to be buying before coming to an island such as this is going to be a comprehensive international health insurance that explicitly covers medical evacuations. And you should probably have that for any country that you travel to, especially if they're going to medically evacuate you back to your home country or another country that's got better medical care. It's like having a tow service for your car insurance, even if you never tow your car. The one day that it needs to be there, you're going to be glad it's there. $50 a month lifeline for this is going to be very, very good for a premium health insurance policy. It's going to be a small buffer for out of pocket stuff like bandages or pain relievers. But do not, under any circumstances, try to save money on this by going cheap. Get what you need, get more than what you need. That way, you will never be in a situation where you don't have enough, because that could be the difference between life or death. Entertainment and recreation could be about $150. So, what would you do for fun on a remote island besides chase all the women? Wonderful answer is that most of the best things on an island are free. Your entertainment is going to be things like swimming in the clear lagoons, snorkeling, going for long walks on the beach, reading books in a hammock, naps, lots and lots of naps. Social life is going to revolve around the community. You're going to spend time with your neighbors, sharing meals and uh, go to local events. The budget is going to be for paid activities like chartering a boat with a friend for a day of fishing, eating at one of a few local restaurants, or having a few cold beers while the sun goes down. It's a different kind of fun, less about buying things and more about experiencing and connections. He says, I hate to say it, but with the insurance, I'm going cheap if I go. No, you won't. Because think about this. If premium health insurance is $50, your current car insurance is $150, $200, $250. If you think about your current budget, you're going to save $200 on not needing car insurance and spend $50 to $75 on premium health insurance in another country. When you think about the trade off of what you don't need over there versus what you must have over here, the lack of requirement is going to do you wonders. You're paying a car note. Over there, you're not going to have a car. So the car note money that you would be spending over here, you're not going to be spending over there, which means instead of getting a $50 health insurance policy, you could get a $100 health insurance policy with first priority service. Your mentality is, if I was living an American lifestyle in another country, I would go cheap. But if your American lifestyle is $4,000 a month and your Kiribati lifestyle is $2,000 a month, you have 2,000 extra dollars. And it's not going to hurt you to have an extra $50 or $100 for health insurance. You still have $1,800 to invest somewhere. And if you're investing in American stock market, you have the ability to now put away $1,800 a month, which is upward of 20,000 a year. So it's not going to hurt you to get a premium health insurance. Truth be told, Stephen, it is a variation of a broke mentality, survival. It's self preservation, that we're so used to being broke that we instinctively steer ourselves to inconvenient lifestyle to save a buck because we're afraid of not having enough. We will prefer to have less and have more than enough money to do more in case something happens than for us to live comfortably. We self sacrifice out of the fear of not having enough resources. That is a poor mentality. Okay. We grew up like that. Okay. If we grew up in a household where we had siblings and there wasn't enough money to go around, we didn't ask for as much stuff as we would have asked for if parents was buying shit on a regular basis. And if we're like one of many and everybody else beat us to the punch, we don't ask for stuff because our siblings are going to beat us over there and get it, especially if we're not the favorite, right? So you learn how to deal with less. You learn how to have less, but you actually deserve more. You just have to rationalize the difference between necessary and unnecessary. The difference between going cheap on your life with health insurance versus going cheap on a house or an apartment where you don't need a two-story house. You can get a one-bedroom house. But getting a house with a bed and a functioning toilet and a shower is not too much to ask for versus digging a hole in the ground and pitching a tent over it and calling that a house just to save a couple $100, to live that uncomfortably just to save a couple $100. The goal when you're traveling to another country, living cheaper, is not to live cheaper. It is because it's cheaper, you get to live better for the same amount of money or less. That's one of the sole purposes of Passport Bros, not just to travel the world and smash other chicks, but to live a better lifestyle on a cheaper budget in different cultures. So the goal is not to try to find the cheapest way to exist in the country, because if you understand that the monthly salary is a few $100s a month, you could probably swing $800 a month for your total livelihood. But if you went there with $3,000 a month, it wouldn't hurt you to spend $100 on a health insurance policy, especially if you're paying $100 a month on a copay for a health insurance policy in America. If you canceled your copay policy in America and got an international health insurance policy and you were paying $100 a month for the same thing, you would have a better lifestyle. Well, that would be a very irresponsible decision. He says, I would quit paying for health insurance and just have faith in the divine that I will be good, I'll be in good health. Nah, sir. That sometimes isn't even a choice, because a lot of countries, in order for you to get your travel visa to stay in their country for 30 to 90 days, a lot of countries makes it mandatory for you to have a certain minimum requirement of health coverage just in case you get hurt, because they can't let you die and they're not paying for you. So they're going to make it your responsibility to come into the country with uh, uh, health insurance, or they won't let you into the country. Some countries won't grant you entry if you don't have the right health insurance coverage, because they're not trying to pay for you with their government coverage. So that's what I do now. Yeah, but there's marketplace insurance. If you're poor, you can get a marketplace insurance. And I think I had put that marketplace phone number in the membership once before. But you can get you a marketplace insurance policy that has a $0 payment, where you get free health insurance and you don't need to use it because you live off of faith and good health and self regeneration. But if it's a $0 cost, um, you don't have to worry about that tax penalty interfering with any refund money that you'd be entitled to, because you would have health insurance on record, because you would have marketplace health insurance. Because there is a $900 penalty for not having insurance, and there is a $1,500 tax deduction or tax credit that goes towards annual health insurance, and the marketplace health insurance taps into that $1,500 a year by giving you free coverage because you're not paying for it, the government is. Which Democrats put that into place. So while people don't like Democrats, well, your free health insurance for marketplace health coverage, if you're poor, is covered by a grant put in place between the Obama administration and the Biden administration. So just marinate on that for a while. Now you got room for miscellaneous expenses, such as $70 worth of stuff that you're going to spend for everything else. Things like toiletries, cleaning supplies, getting your hair cut, buying new clothes, replacing a broken charger. Just like with food, imported items are going to cost a little bit more. So you're going to learn to be resourceful, but $70 a month is going to be plenty to cover a lot of the small costs that you would potentially run into. So if you look at the subtotal of the standard of living there, with the housing being around $600, utilities 150, food being 400, transportation 100, internet 80, healthcare $50, entertainment $150, miscellaneous cost about $70. The grand total for the entire standard of living to semi live like an American, $1,600. Now, if we go back to that budget of $3,000 a month, which is like a $3,600 a year salary. When you're subtracting $1,600 a year, or $1,600 a month, you're looking at $1,400 a month worth of extra money, which is about $17,000 a year of extra money, which means that it makes sense for you to say, I'll give me some reasonable coverage. Might not get the premium, but I'll definitely get the bare minimum. I might not get the triple diamond platinum package, but I'll definitely get the bare minimum. But $1,400 a month every single month, that isn't just leftover money. That's going to be your freedom fund. It's going to be your investment capital. It's the tangible result of this particular type of lifestyle. And if you wanted to splurge a little bit and spend a little bit extra on certain things just so that you can have the quality that you're looking for, you could potentially redirect $400 extra into your standard of living to get better results and still have an extra $1,000 lying around to do stuff with. It's more than you managed to be able to save in a year in the United States until you started doing brokerage accounts with me when I gave you guys all the ways to make yourselves successful in investing for yourselves. Now, this is going to be the power of geo arbitrage, and you're seeing it in action. This is how you don't just live, but you build a future. Because if you're getting something out of this, and I want to step aside a little bit and let you guys know that if you're getting something out of this and you're starting to see the big picture of your own escape, I want you guys to do me a favor if you haven't done so already, is like and subscribe and mash those reaction buttons because it's going to really help me with more of these videos, giving you guys all the information that tells you what you need to know about Kiribati and other countries around the world that we actually cover on a regular basis. And your support is going to help a lot of people around the world where the algorithm is going to let them know what's going on, where the algorithm can share this with other people. I should tell y'all to share this with other people who y'all know need it. That way they'd be like, damn, I didn't know that this podcast was here. But it gives you guys all the information that you need all the way out to the middle of the Pacific. And special shout out to Belarus because I know that they've been watching us for a long period of time. I haven't shouted them out in a long time. But life isn't just going to be a spreadsheet, right? The numbers are what get your attention, but they don't tell you what it feels like to wake up in that country every day. So let's ask the question: what is it really like to live in Kiribati once you get past the budget? Well, first you have to get on island time, jet lag. You've heard the term. While it is cliche, it is also true. Life here is just operating on a different frequency. Things are going to be a lot slower. What I mean by slower is you're not rushing from getting from point A to point B. There's going to be a wait. You're going to enjoy that wait. You get there when you get there, not rushing to get there first. The Western obsession with being on time gives way to a focus on people and community. So instead of you getting there when you thought you were going to get there, you now, in fact, get there whenever you get there. And even if you get delayed because you're talking with somebody along the way, you get there when you get there, right? So a meeting might not start at 9 o'clock in the morning sharp if someone is helping their cousin fix a fishing net. It's not being lazy, it's just a different set of priorities. So you might be on your way to something important and you might stop to help an elderly lady carry her groceries back to her house. You got back to where you were supposed to be at late because you prioritized people over your work. And this can be tough to adjust to at first, but once you learn to let go and accept that the bus will get there whenever it gets there, because the driver probably, instead of stopping to get gas, the driver probably stopped to help somebody up a flight of stairs, and now they're late, you get used to it. It's going to be incredibly freeing because instead of you rushing to get to the bus stop, you get there whenever you get there, and whichever one shows up, shows up. That different rhythm comes from the focus on community and family. So Kiribati is a collectivist society, which is a huge contrast to the individualism of Western culture. Family is a giant network of support and obligations, and people know their neighbors. They look out for each other. And you'll see this the day that you move in. Your neighbors are going to bring over food, introduce themselves, offer the help with anything that you need, help you unpack. There's going to be no formal welcome, just a natural open heartedness. And that sense of belonging is something that you're not going to be used to and you're going to be missing in your autonomous American apartment buildings. So, I want to touch on the culture and traditional roles because it's important to be respectful and understand that as an outsider looking in, this isn't what you think it is. Kiribati has a history of distinct gender roles, but it would be a mistake to see it as a static picture. Now, this is a living culture, not a museum. Things are changing. So you see more and more women getting formally educated and entering into the workforce. It is a society figuring out how to balance deep tradition with modern life. The respect for the elders is going to be huge here. So they may spend 45 minutes helping an elderly person cross the street. They are the keepers of history and wisdom. So the elders, those are going to be the people that you not only respect, but you shut the fuck up and listen to. Okay. Of course, it would be a lie to say this place is the perfect paradise. Life here is its own set of challenges. This is not a consumer's dream. This island depends on imported goods, and sometimes the shelves are just going to be empty. The cargo ships get delayed, and for 2 weeks, there's no flour or coffee on the entire island, and you learn to adapt and make do. You might buy shit in bulk and then hold a surplus. And then all your neighbors are coming to your house, bumming a cup of coffee off of you. I want to live in a place where the word pronounce no longer refers to people. From what I understand, Donald Trump has changed Pride Month to Patriots Month. I don't know how true that is yet. They asked me if I was on board with it or not. I don't give a fuck because black folks right now are so culturally starved that they're clinging to Juneteenth for the day that black people were freed as slaves. And I'm sitting over here thinking about fuck Father's Day. You're going to care about slavery. You're going to care about sexual preferences. You're going to care about patriotism, but you're not going to respect the men. I don't understand it. Instead of it being Pride Day or Patriot Day, it should be Value the Men Day. That's just my position. Because the women got Mother's Day and Valentine's Day. Men have what? Labor Day, Veterans Day, Memorial Day, the days when we fight and die for our families. We appreciate you losing life and limb for us, but we won't appreciate you for living for us. It makes no fucking sense. Country is crazy. But you do make a point. Yeah, because well, well, there's going to be another issue though, because you do have some countries that you're going to go to. You got to be careful where you go there because they have what they call ladyboys, and that's going to be the ones that operate off of non-surgical both gender scenarios. And there's no respectable way to ask them, "Are you a ladyboy?" No respectable way to do it. Um, because if they're not, they're going to be offended. And if you don't ask and they turn out to be, you're going to be repulsed. There's no unless you reach down there and Donald Trump the situation, you're never gonna know. So it's a roll of the dice, and you only hope that they offer that information in advance. But if not, it's gonna be one of those crying game situations, purple rain kind of situations, where you find out in the worst way possible. Then you just got to deal with it after that. Now, in Kiribati, the infrastructure is going to feel a little bit fragile. Power cuts happen on a regular basis, rolling blackouts and stuff. The internet can be frustrating. So you're not going to be an avid gamer here because you will forever lose because you lost internet connection. But you learn to keep a good book handy and enjoy an evening talking by candlelight instead of burning electricity. And there's a bigger existential challenge hanging over this nation: climate change. Because when you live on a string of low lying atolls, rising sea levels aren't a political debate. They're a very visible, tangible reality. You see the coastline changing. You hear the stories from the elders about how the island used to be so much bigger. Living here is going to give you a front row seat to one of the most critical issues of our time, and it is going to be a powerful and humbling experience. Finally, there's going to be the isolation factor. As much as we can find ourselves feeling or deliberately forcing ourselves to be isolated in the United States with 350 something million Americans, we find ourselves on an island more easily able to be isolated. Kiribati is one of the most remote countries on earth. A flight to Fiji or Honolulu is long and very expensive. This isn't a place that you can just pop back home for a long weekend. You have to be okay with your own company and be ready to build a real life for yourself because, like, where the fuck are you going to go for a long period of time? You are truly a long way away from everything you used to know. Visas and long term stays are going to be a thing. And I want to talk about practical legal stuff now. How do you actually stay here? You need to start with one thing that you need to remember: I am not an immigration lawyer or a government official. So, while visa rules can and do change, I just want to give you guys some trivial information as a United States citizen. So you must check the official Kiribati government and embassy websites for the most current information for your nationality. So don't just take my word for it. I want you guys to do your own homework after you learn what you learned from me. I give you the questions to ask when you go over there to figure out what you're trying to do, or I change the questions for you to help you guys find better ways to exist over there. But as a United States passport holder, getting in is going to be surprisingly easy because United States citizens can typically enter Kiribati for tourism without a visa for a short period of time. Sources vary, but many indicate a stay of up to 90 days is possible without the requirement for a visa. When arriving, the immigration officers are going to check your passport, ask to see your return flight ticket, which shows that you're leaving the country within 90 days. So you're not doing a one way in and a one way out. You're doing a round trip where you're expected to go by a certain time. And going to ask you a few simple questions. It's always going to be smart to have proof of your flight and where you're going to stay ready to go. So you should be able to book your lodging and book your return flight before you get there. But a short stay is one thing. Building a life there going to be another. For long-term stay, you're going to need to plan ahead. You're going to be different permits that you might have to apply for, like a work permit if you have a local job, or other visas specifically purposed for investments or religious work. This process involves applying to the immigration authorities in Kiribati And it's something that you should start doing well in advance before you get the tickets so that you get approved before you get on the plane so that when you get there, you have all the paperwork lined up. A question that I get a lot is about so-called golden visas because since Donald Trump was producing those $5 million gold Trump visas, everybody's asking about like which countries have them and which ones don't. Can you just buy your way into residency? In a lot of countries. Based on my research, the answer for at least Kiribati is going to be no. You can buy residency in America for $5 million, but you can't buy it in Kiribati. It's not known to have a formal residency by investment or citizenship by investment program like some of the other countries that we covered on this podcast. So any past schemes that were reportedly repealed years ago no longer exists. So the path to living in Kiribati long term is not a simple transaction. It's through the normal channels of getting the right permits for work, volunteering, or other reasons the government recognizes. And it's going to take patience and a lot of paperwork. Now, an investment strategy is going to be what we're going to be talking about next and probably the final part of this. We come back to that amazing $1,400 that you have left over every single month. What are you going to do with it? This is going to be where the story goes from just living cheaply to actively building a future if you're going to stay there long term. This is going to be the part that turns a cool experience into a powerful financial strategy. Just letting the money sit in the bank account would be a huge waste. So you're going to put it to work. This is going to be the whole point of geo arbitrage, using the gap between your earning power and your low living expenses to create a huge investment surplus. That surplus is going to be the fuel for your financial independence journey. Now, another disclaimer, going to be crucial, not a financial advisor. So, not necessarily giving you financial advice. I'm just sharing a lot of strategies that can show you what's actually possible for you if you decided to get out there and go put it to use. So again, I'm going to tell you guys to do your own research and piggyback off the information that I give you before you make final decisions that cost you money and potentially headache and frustration if you don't do the right research. So if all else fails, talk to a professional and build a plan that fits your goals before you run out there like a chicken with your head cut off and find yourself up underneath a rock talking about some pitching a tent, living cheap. Steven said he gonna go to Canada and he gonna sleep outside. It is fucking 30 degrees. You is not sleeping outside. You would freeze to death. Now, we're gonna get a very simple, consistent, long-term approach to this particular investment situation. The huge majority of your monthly savings should go directly into simple, diversified portfolios of low cost index funds or ETFs. Specifically, you can use two of their local funds. You have BTIs, which is a total US stock market index fund, and VXUS, which is a total international stock market fund that excludes the United States. Or you could just use one of the portfolios that I gave you, which will allow you to build a lot more money faster. And if you have one of those international bank accounts, like I told you guys about, then you can wire transfer the money from your brokerage account directly to your international bank account, which aids you with a currency exchange and then allows you to deposit the money into your local bank account at the on the island, which allows you to spend your money a lot easier. Why this strategy? Well, being incredibly diversified helps. With just two index funds, though, you can own large pieces tiny pieces of a large quantity of companies across the world or across large investment platforms. And index funds have very low fees. So for more of your money, you would be able to have a lot more things working for you for less cost. This is going to be passive. So you don't want to try to pick winning stocks or behind the market, outside of stocks already grab you, those are the winning stocks that you need. They're undervalued, they pay heavy, and it's a fully dividend paying portfolio. So you're guaranteed to get a check every month. So I would recommend that you aim for long-term growth of global economies or aim for long-term high dividend payers that will aid you in growth, because when you're buying growth stocks, you have to sell the stocks to turn a profit. I strongly encourage people to get dividend paying stocks so that you don't have to sell anything and you avoid international taxation or minimize international taxation. Every single month, like clockwork, you're going to invest your savings into your brokerage account, and that's going to be called a dollar cost average. So if you're just starting to invest, it might seem a little bit scary, but it doesn't have to be. So in many places, the rise of micro investing apps and fractional shares means that you can start investing with just a few dollars. And the most important thing that you need to remember is that you have to build a habit for investing. Now, here's one of the key things. If you've already got an investment portfolio that you've been investing in America, when you go to another country, one of the better things that you can do is just continue to use that investment app, utilizing the internet when it is functioning on the island, and then you can just continue to steadfast build your legacy, right? And that's going to be one of the better parts about geo arbitrage, because if you decided to go live in another country and you travel from island to island and you're living there for 3 months at a time, saving money on your standard of living and taking the extra money that you make offline and reinvesting it into your brokerage account a year away from America at 30% of the cost of America allows for you to put 70% of your income into a brokerage account, which gives you a substantially larger quantity of money that you would not have been able to acquire otherwise. Oh, Steven said, I never want to buy a non-dividend paying stock. Never again. As interesting as Tesla stock is, if it doesn't pay dividends, I'm like, fuck it. Netflix is a good pair. Fuck it. It doesn't pay dividends. I'm a few hours away from grabbing more stock. Payday right around the corner, bro. Payday right around the corner. But you got to remember, before you invest any money when you're doing international traveling, you need to have emergency funds. And emergency funds is going to be more important on an island than anything else. Why? Because if something happens and an evacuation is necessary, buying a get the fuck out of town flight is important for you to have. And when you're buying a get the fuck out of town flight, it is never cheap. So if you have extra money set aside to cover the emergency flight out, then you're always good to go. You want to keep several months worth of living expenses in a high yield savings account or some type of accessible account that is able to be utilized, whether you're charging it via debit card or withdrawing it from an ATM machine or linking it to a local bank where you can deposit your international money to a local bank and be able to make things work from there so that you have access to money. Something unexpected happens, you can pull from the funds without having to sell long-term investment opportunities and maintain satisfactions. Now, the beauty of the lifestyle isn't just low cost of living. It's going to be a powerful financial engine that creates a better standard of living. So let's turn what we might seem like a modest income into a wealth building machine. Doing so just by controlling your expenses and systematically investing, the difference makes things so much more better for you. And you can do a lot of this here at home in America just by reducing the unnecessary spending, always asking yourself, do I need this now or do I just want this now? Right? And a lot of the times you can do away with the things that you simply just want and save a little bit more money and put a little bit more of a buffer in between what you need and what you get, which allows for you to build yourself a slightly larger uh, portfolio of success. So there you have it, the whole picture. We've gotten from the stress of the American rat race to the financial freedoms of life on the Pacific Atoll. We've broken down the budgets and seen that a great life is going to be possible for around $1,600 a month. And we've seen the incredible powers of having over $1,400 of money left over per month, not just as savings, but as fuel for long-term investment strategies that can build your future. We also talked about different ways to put your money with life insurance policies, brokerage accounts, the excessive cost of living, the requirement for about 82% of Americans to have a two-party income, whether or two-income household, whether it's two people with one job or one person with two jobs. The majority of the American population is living off of a two-income household, right? Um, and being able to move to a country that is a third or 30% of the cost of America. A third is 30%, it's like 33%. The cost of American standard living could be the geo arbitrage that you need to invest more money faster into your future and have a good vacation at the same time. Making a move like this is never just about the money. The numbers get your attention, but they aren't the whole story. It's never going to be that way. And it is going to be about getting life back, meaning that you're getting your free time away from the stress of the hustle and bustle of earning money to pay for your standard of living and redirect your efforts into enjoying the life that you built for yourself. It's going to be a trade. You're going to trade the traffic jams for walks on the beach. You're going to trade high stress jobs for meaningful work. You're going to trade financial anxiety for financial freedom. You're going to have less stuff now. That's going to be the thing, but you're going to have more time. You're going to have less convenience, but you're going to have more connections. Connections to your neighbors, connections to nature, connections to yourself. You're going to have less stress, which is a much deeper appreciation for the simple joys of being alive. And less stress means longer life because a lot of the health issues that you have develop from ongoing, uninterrupted stress and anxiety. So, if you're watching this and you're feeling the same sense of being stuck, of working hard but getting nowhere, you want to know that there are other options out there, you have to pay attention to this podcast because your path might not be led to Kiribati. It could be led to a small town in another state or a different country on another continent. The destination isn't the point. The point is that you have the power to change the script. The world is a huge place full of possibilities, and your life doesn't have to be defined by your rent payments. It takes a lot of courage and planning, though. It's going to take stepping outside of your comfort zones. But as a stand of, how do I put this? As a standard, with the sound of the lagoon in the background and a sense of peace that you never thought possible, you can tell yourself with total certainty that making a change like this is definitely worth it. So, what do you guys think of a $3,000 budget on a $1,600 a month lifestyle? Could you live with this kind of budget? What's the biggest thing that will be holding you back from making a change like this in your own life? I want you guys to let me know that information in the comments section. I read all of your stuff. And Steven will tell you, he gets back to you within a day. Within 24 hours, somebody sends me something and I get back to them within the same day. But your stories and your questions can definitely inspire a lot of people. So, if you have any more questions about the life in Kiribati or any other country that we haven't covered or have covered, ask away. Your questions might just be the idea for one of the upcoming videos, just like when Stephen asked me to cover Canada and Michael asked me to cover South Korea. Finally, if you found any of this information helpful or inspiring, make sure that you give it a like Make sure that you hit those notification buttons. If you haven't done so yet, subscribe to the channel, check out the membership, and always, 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 while you're here, mash those reaction buttons because it helps the algorithm remember that this is a show worth watching because it's probably one of the most educational and life altering podcasts in all of social media. Okay, we have one question from Ashanti. Make it appropriate for an appropriate topic. What's your question? And some people be coming up here with that trolling, and I be sitting over here looking at that trolling like, bro, behave. But what's your question? He said, definitely check out the membership. Best investment you'll make in 2026. He ain't lying. Well, the membership, the cheapest membership that we have, and I know we have different tiers of membership. And a lot of the stuff is being put out to all members since the membership is not massive right now. But the cheapest membership option that we have, I do believe, is around $3 a month, and that's probably one of the cheapest ways to get so much financial information because a lot of financial advisors that actually get paid as certified financial advisors to tell you how not to fuck your life up are charging like $350 an hour. Life coaches are anywhere between 65 and 100, sometimes up 200, $250 an hour. You're giving me $3 a month to get what we did today, 4 hours worth of information about life changing decision making skills. And this is something that we do 7 days a week. So for 30 days at 2 to 4 hours a day, on average, almost 3 hours a day for 30 days, that's like what 90 hours of information that you get to make your life better for $3 a month. It doesn't get any better than that. You can't find that type of benefit nowhere. Now, more of the intrinsic, detailed stuff that we're going to be doing when things start getting a lot bigger on the podcast might be on some of the higher tier memberships. But just the baseline, get your shit together, lowest tier, like $3 a month, you'll find yourself in a situation uh, where you can expand your lifestyle and be able to afford a higher membership. He says, when I get a printer, I will print a lot of stuff and throw it into a three ring binder from the membership because I don't like to look at a screen. Well, if you go to your local library, first and foremost, if you get a library card, you can go to the local library and they have free print up to a certain number of pages per day. As long as you do not exceed that level of free print at the local public library, not the legal law library, because the legal law library is going to charge you to print like a quarter or something like that per page. But the free public library, which is government funded, welcome to democratic decision making, you can go to the public library as long as you don't have a printer, and you can go there and print like 3, 5, 10 pages every day. And still be able to put it into the three ring binder, and then you would be able to collect until you can afford a printer all of the information that you need so that you don't have to look at a screen, especially if you don't have a laptop or a computer that you have access to. You can put that information into a three ring binder instead of trying to squint and look at it on the cell phone. But you can also put those PDF files into a Google Drive and then upload them onto a laptop or a computer or something like that at your local school, which, as a college student, you can go to your last college that you just graduated from, and your student ID might still allow you to do free prints at your community college until the fall term when you start your 4 year, where in the fall term, your student ID will allow you to get free prints from the writing center, usually is what it's called in most colleges. It's going to be like either the computer lab or the writing center where you can go there, and they have a limit to the number of free prints that you can get every day on your student ID as long as you're an active student taking classes. Usually, students use that to print out their papers. But if you don't have to write an essay that day or that week, you can print out a lot of financial information uh, for free through your college education. So though that's 3 or 4 different ways that you can print for free without having to invest money on a printer. But if you wanted a printer, you can buy a printer for 200 bucks off of Timu, and it'll come with. It's not going to come with, but you get it in a set. You buy the printer, you buy 2 printer cartridges, you buy um the paper for like 200, $250 for the whole set, where the printer's like 100 to $185. The paper is going to be like 20 to $50, depending on how much paper you're going to buy. Printer cartridges are like 20 to $50, depending on how much you're going to buy. And you get you a regular, I got a Python printer that I print with, and it just prevents me from having to leave the house and go find a place to print. But if you don't mind the commute, and if you're already on campus and you're like, oh, hey, I want to do blah, 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 you can do the same thing. You can bring your laptop to the school, pull up the thing, connect to their printer, click print, and print straight off of your computer and print for free at school while you're at school. So you said your question was about life insurance. My recommendation is to go watch yesterday's show about life insurance, because any question you have today would be answered from yesterday's show. Um, or rewatch the last 3 hours, because there was about an hour and a half that I spent at the beginning of the show talking about life insurance, and your question should be answered there, because I've actually covered the entire topic about life insurance. He said, I got a laptop and a tablet. I just hate screens. Well, you probably have a little bit of light sensitivity, and staring at a screen, especially if you have it on extra bright, and the blue light, which gives you better visibility, actually causes eye strain. The tan, yellowish looking light that is more easy on the eyes is less harder to see the screen. And that eye pain, I don't like looking at screens either, even though I'm here for 4 hours on a computer. But I got prescription eyeglasses with the astigmatism, so I don't have to deal with the spotlight or the retina display. But that's one of the reasons why I told you, hey, you don't have to keep it on a computer, but you don't have to wait till you get a printer. You can just, matter of fact, you just graduated. Your student ID might still work. Today's Wednesday, Thursday. You can literally go to school today if you don't have to go to work and print out 5 or 10 pages worth of stuff because your student ID might still be active from the spring term. Because until they deactivate your student ID, you can print for free. Like I said, you just got to go to your local computer lab or writing center and just print, right? If they let you use the computer, because how can you print for free? If because when you go to the computer lab or the writing center, you have to use your student ID for them to grant you access to the computer. If it grants you access to the computer, you by default have the right to print for free. If they don't let you, like your student ID has been deactivated, then you can't use the computer. And if you can't use the computer, you can't print. But here's another benefit. If you have a friend that is doing summer classes, you can use their student ID to print, because nobody gives a shit. You can just be like, hey, man, I want to print some stuff. Can I use your ID? Yeah, sure. I ain't printing nothing today. They go down there with you. They'll log in. Y'all sit there together. You show them what you want printed out. They'll print it out. And then you walk out with it for free. When I was in college and my buddy needed to print stuff, I was printing stuff for free for him. When I got out of college and he was still in college, he was printing stuff for free for me. We was using free prints for like 10 years when we was in college. But that's information that people don't tell y'all when y'all be sitting over here trying to struggle. Like, damn, I don't want to go to Pro Copy. I don't want to have to go to FedEx and spend like $20, $30 to print this stuff out. You don't have to. There are other ways. Now, that's all I got for you guys for tonight. I'm going to start by saying, ladies, as long as the situation doesn't make sense, I'm going to keep asking you, ladies, to make it make sense. So, ladies, please make it make sense. Fellas, I give y'all all this information to make you guys higher value men, not just by improving your financial life, but also by improving your decision making skills. You just witnessed in the last 20 minutes that I helped this man find a way to print his stuff out cheaper, faster without having to wait on investing in a printer. I just give you guys stuff that y'all need to do what you want to do in a more effective way where you don't have to invest unnecessary costs to achieve your goals if possible. And if it does require cost, I find cheaper ways for you to accomplish the same tasks if possible. So it's always important for you guys to make sure that you like and subscribe and come back every day because we're always talking about something different, but it's always about making your life better and allowing you to make and save and invest more money so that you have less stress and more financial freedom and more free time for your personal life so that you can enjoy your life and enjoy the life of the people that you care about. Now, ladies, while this is a male driven podcast from the male's perspective, you too can benefit from this information, but you also have to remember that you should focus on your 20 and 30 year plan. Special shout out to Omni81 and Red Void and Danny Steffen. I see y'all on Twitch. But ladies, if you're paying attention to your 20 and 30 year plan and you reverse engineer it to what you need to do today to get to where you want to be in 10 or 20 years, 30 years, you can proactively start putting forth the effort to accomplish those tasks. Keep your eyes and ears open for the available suitors that have that personality, the characteristics, drive, ambition, dedication, determination, inspiration, motivation to accomplish their own goals, and then see how their goals match with your goals because y'all don't have to have the same goals. Your goals just have to be heading in the same direction. Both of you have long-term satisfaction goals. You will be able to accomplish those goals together faster as opposed to one of you having short-term gratification goals. Because if you guys have conflicting goals, you're always going to be fighting with one another, right? But if you both have cooperating goals, you will find that two people can make it to $1 million faster than one. Now, again, that's where we're going to put in a pin into tonight's show. Anybody who got here towards the end, we started about 4 hours ago. We typically start about half past the hour now instead of starting at the top of the hour. But it should be about 11:30 Eastern Standard Time every night of the week is when we swing through. And I encourage you guys to come towards the beginning of the show and get a lot more of the 4 hour show that we have set aside for you guys every night of the week. And I got a lot of good things coming up Thursday, Friday, and Saturday of this week. So make sure that you go into the channel and check out the listings because the show is scheduled all the way out to September right now. So we got a lot of topics that you can cover. And if you can't be here every day, at least find the topics that you really want to be involved in and hit the notification button for those topics so that you can be here on those days. Now, that's all I've got for you guys for tonight. I'm your host, Xander. I want to speak a special shout out to Steven, special shout out to Michael, OG Kicks, FX Trader. I really appreciate you guys for coming to this and that. I'm your host, Xander, where we talk about this, that, and everything in between. And I will see you guys tomorrow night.
Higher ground. Used to chase validation, now I validate myself. Building inner strength, putting doubt upon the shelf. No more unnecessary drama, no more wasted time. Climbing higher, constantly making my own climb. Standing on higher ground where excellence is found. My potential knows no bounds, raising the bar, breaking ground. My network is my net worth. Choose your company wise. Surround yourself with eagles, not with sheep in disguise. Every interaction is a reflection of my brand. Quality That's my personal command. I'm not mounted on higher ground where excellence is found. My potential knows no bounds, raising the bar, breaking ground. I'm not just living, I'm manifesting my vision, cutting through limitations with surgical precision. My expectations are my compass, my respect is my shield to mediocrity and chaos. I will never I'm not just living, I'm manifesting my vision, cutting through limitations with surgical precision. My expectations are my compass, my respect is my shield to mediocrity and chaos. I will never yield.